Hey fans, welcome to Dr. Keith Connor Field. Interesting tidbit. We have been broadcasting for about a half inning now, but just realized you couldn't hear a word we were saying. So we'll try to repeat everything, much to the dismay of those in the press box. Glad you're joining us here in 2023. If you've been watching the broadcast from the start, you know we're now in the bottom half of the first inning. A couple runners on base for Southern Wesleyan. And we are awaiting Marty Grisso, right fielder. Marty was 1 for 4 last night. Grisso hails from California. Shortly before we actually came on the air for the second time, we did mention that if you want to ask some questions, throw out some comments, visit slido.com, SLIDO.com. You can use the code hashtag 2625511. That's hashtag 2625511. And it is free, no need to even worry about setting up an account. You can throw us out some questions, comments. We'll try to go back over here. What we talked about when you couldn't hear us. Bryson Wagner on the mound for Emory and Henry. Again, Marty Grisso steps in for the Warriors. Slight breeze now blowing out to left field. Foul ball off to our right. As we mentioned earlier here at the Con, nice day. Temperature's going to be in the mid-40s, so it's going to be on the cool side, but we do have sun. And as long as the wind stays at or below where it's at now, it should be a nice day to play some baseball. Scheduled doubleheader here today. Warriors picked up the 4-3 victory yesterday afternoon to open up the 23 campaign 1-0. And as we mentioned, there's been a lot of overcast rain all week long. Tarp's been on the field much of the week. Got it pulled yesterday morning around 10 a.m. And in doing so, we've got a nice playing surface here. They actually had to water down the infield prior to first pitch, which is not unaccustomed for the Con. Grisso with a swing and a foul ball off toward the Warrior dugout. I believe it might be a 3-2 count. The umpire keeps signaling up here at us. And there's a swing and a ground ball past the diving shortstop. It's going to plate Blaze Haddock, a transfer from Newberry. So the Warriors, like they did yesterday, take the early lead. Yesterday's season opener, they scored three in the bottom half of the second inning. So we'll see if they can match that. Marcerio Allen sporting 0 here for us. He's from Georgia Highlands Community College. He steps in to the box. Mentioned Blaze Haddock, transfer from Newberry. I don't believe we talked about this after you were able to hear us, but our softball team is traveling down to play Newberry College this afternoon. First pitch in about 30 minutes. They'll play a doubleheader. Warriors picked up a big doubleheader sweep last night, defeating UVA Wise in some exciting fashion. Game one actually went extra innings, had a walk-off wild pitch. Marty Grisso with the stolen base puts him in scoring position. So we'll see how the Warriors fare against South Atlantic Conference foe Newberry. It's an exciting night at Varsity Field, exciting evening yesterday here at the Con. Communication with the home dugout, the home plate umpire. Not sure what that was about. I think might have been adjusting the count. Looks like it's a 1-1 count. One out here. Wagner with the long look in to Allen. Pitch down. Outfield is straight up and fairly shallow. Flag is showing no wind at this time. And a pick on Grisso, and he got him. Nice flash play there by the Wasp. And Grisso was flat-footed for a while, so Allen is going to hit now with 2 outs. He is the designated hitter for the Warriors in Game 1 of today's scheduled doubleheader. 2 outs, they're going to work a shift now as the infield moves over to a slight pull. Outfield follows suit. And that's going to push it to a 2-2 count, I believe. So first time this year, deuces are actually wild. 2-2, 2 outs here in the bottom half of the first inning. We hope you're enjoying the online broadcast. Couple of different camera views this year. And as we mentioned, trying to make it interactive for fans. So visit slido.com and add in that hashtag 2625511. Throw us out some questions, comments. Let us know your name if you want, but definitely let us know where you're listening. As Allen takes one off the foot. Catcher Justin Purdom going to step in. Allen at first base now with 2 outs. And Wagner there's a called strike. Perdome was, I believe, was behind the plate last night. going to be out, and we're going to take a break and be back in just a few minutes. We're back here at the con, and after one inning of play, Warriors lead 1-0, joined by Ashley Matherly. She got her first broadcasting opportunity last night at softball in Game 2. She was along with Wes Pate. Ashley, good to have you.
Good to be here.
Cord Babcock back out on the mound for the Warriors. Not sure if he's at a predetermined pitch count early on. Typically in college baseball, at least through the first 2 to 3 weeks, pitchers are going to be on a predetermined pitch count. So we'll see if that's the case. So Ashley, I understand, you're a big baseball fan.
I am, my whole life.
Unfortunately, your favorite MLB team is the Braves.
Oh, come on. You're not doing much better with the Dodgers.
Well, apparently last few years have been. But,
okay. Just because you steal our good players, that's all.
We will digress and get back to college baseball here. We'll save our MLB discussion, we'll call it, for a later time. Ashley, tell us a little bit about yourself. Freshman, correct?
I am.
Freshman from?
I'm from High Point, North Carolina.
High Point, North Carolina, Wesleyan hotbed up in that area. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
Camden Bailey, catcher for Emory and Henry, stands in. He also caught last night, was 0 for 3, and fouls off another one. Back to our right. Got some activity down in the Emory and Henry bullpen. And speaking of the bullpen, there's going to be a ball down the right field line. Grisso is going to run out of territory. If you have not been to Dr. C. Keith Connor Field in the past, there is virtually no room down the right field line. In fact, the right field fence actually runs into the foul pole. Not much more foul ball territory down the left field line either. It's going to push the count to 2-2. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, and we understand we were having some technical difficulties, so if we repeat ourselves here, we do apologize. But Babcock getting his first start in a couple of years, back in 21 at Lake County, or College of Lake County. He had 3 starts on the mound, 8 appearances, 18 and 2/3 innings pitched. Last spring, 2022, no starts, but he did make 8 appearances, had 8 innings pitched. So big start here for Cord, his first year with the Warriors, and Bailey's going to draw a walk. Left fielder Matt Hill is going to step in. Hill did not play last night in the season opener. And he comes from Northeast Texas Community College. He is a Pineville, North Carolina native. So actually, you may be familiar with Pineville. I'm not sure.
Can't say that I've been there.
I doubt you're familiar with Northeast Texas, though.
Probably not.
Babcock again over to first base. Had a couple runners on in the first inning and spent a lot of time and attention with them as well. So we'll see if that plays into his pitching repertoire. So tell us a little bit, what's your background with the baseball?
Well, my first game was a Braves game at Turner Field back in 2011. So it's been almost 12 years since I really started getting into baseball. I've been to about a third of the professional baseball stadiums.
Nice.
It's been a pretty cool experience to travel all over the place and do that with my family.
And there's a fly ball out to center field. Blaze Haddock takes a few steps over and records the first out of the top half of the second inning. So Turner Field was your first visit to a baseball stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been to the new park there
Quite
in
a
Atlanta?
few times.
Nice.
Quite a few times. It's probably my second favorite stadium.
Okay. Got a chance to go there this summer.
I'm hoping to go as much as I can. I suggest anybody watching should go see a game there sometime.
All right, fans, we're back. We're early in the season trying to work out some technical difficulties, so hopefully you can hear us now. Last night we did not have an online we had an online broadcast, but we did not have anyone working with it, but we had a little bit of technical difficulty with the volume, or rather with the sound in the first inning. We believe we've got it taken care of. If you want to help us out, visit slido.com, SLIDO.com, and if you will, in the participants code, the blue box at the top of the screen, once you get to slido.com, type in hashtag 262-5511. That's hashtag 262-5511. Let us know if you're able to hear us okay, and while you're there, go ahead and throw in some questions, comments. Let us know where you're listening from as well, and we'll try to address those on the air. We do have Ashley Matherly here, a freshman from High Point, North Carolina. What's your major, Ashley?
I actually don't have a major yet. I have not decided what I want to do.
So not baseball broadcasting?
Apparently not.
Okay.
I guess that's not a major here,
well,
specifically.
I think this is your first class, so
it is.
We'll see how that goes. So Matt Robinson, first-year head coach for the Warriors, as we mentioned earlier. Probably didn't get a chance to hear us, though. He is a longtime assistant at Emmanuel College over in Franklin Springs, Georgia. Ironically, our basketball teams are heading down to Franklin Springs this afternoon. They'll be tipping off. The women will tip off at 2 o'clock. So in about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes, we'll be able to give you some updates, how basketball's doing down at Emmanuel College. And as we mentioned earlier, our softball team is going to take their 2-0 record on the Young 23 campaign to Newberry College, and they'll be cranking up here in about 20 minutes. So as you can see on the video, Matt Robinson, head coach, back in the dugout. Cord Babcock working now with runners at first and second, and we appreciate you listening from South Georgia. And we're going to try to work on that advertising being loud and get that taken care of here, but we're glad you can hear us now. And hopefully everything will be working smoothly. Ryan in the production truck, working hard. A couple of camera views this year. Looking at a 1-1 count. The roster for the Warriors has guys from all over the Southeast and from out west as well. So hopefully you're getting an opportunity to listen to us. We'll have online broadcasts throughout the spring. You can always check the live stats if for some reason the online broadcast is down. SWUathletics.com is where you can get all your updates. And Babcock with a pitch just down. No activity in the Warrior bullpen. A host of wasps down in their bullpen, but there are no activity at this particular point. And there's a fly ball deep left center field. Noah Wiggins is back, makes the play, and he's going to keep the runners from advancing. So nice job by Wiggins to get the ball back into the infield. So, Ashley, you were staying undecided on a major. Enjoy baseball. She actually got to start with us last night with softball, working the camera and jumping on the play-by-play in Game 2. She got some scoreboard work earlier in the first inning and now doing some play-by-play. And then just a few innings from now, she'll hop out there and actually take some photos. So it's great to have students active. We have a host of student workers Had started back with volleyball and soccer, carried over into basketball this winter, and picking up now with baseball, softball, and soon to be lacrosse starting up in another week or so. All right, so you've had a chance to work the scoreboard, the camera, and play-by-play. What's your favorite so far?
Well, I would say camera for the most part.
Okay.
Just because I'm more familiar with that. Ryan did put me on the live stream during soccer season.
Okay, so you got some live stream work. All right, nice.
It was a very surprising start. I did not know what I was doing, so he kind of threw me into that. Not really my favorite thing to do.
There's a line drive out to center field. And nice play by Blaze Haddock. And that's going to get Babcock out of a dicey situation right there. We're going to head to the bottom half of the second inning. Warriors still lead 1-0. We'll be back in about 30 seconds.
and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
All right, fans, we're back here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field, affectionately known as the Con. Field was constructed over the course of 1990, 1991, and was renovated back in 05-06 with the stadium seats, press box, concession, warrior room as well.
I've heard a lot of compliments on our field, actually. Looking really nice, being one of the nicer ones in the conference.
I would say it's definitely in the upper half of the conference, no doubt. And playing surface is really nice. The infield was just reconstructed, I believe, maybe in November, December. So the infielders are probably still getting used to it. A different infield they played on in the fall. Kind of got some laser grading and some new clay brought in. So they've had some decent weather. We've had a lot of rain lately, but they had some decent weather at the start of the spring when everyone got back to school early January. Justin Perdome back in there in the box. You'll remember he was at the plate when Marcerio Allen was caught stealing earlier. We are in the bottom half of the second inning, 1-0. We are 48 minutes into this game, and just in the second inning, there have been a lot of base runners, a lot of pick plays. Moving a little slower. This is the 7-inning game, and as long as we stay at 7, don't go extra innings, we'll play the 9-inning in Game 2 of the scheduled doubleheader today. There's a line drive going to get into the gap, split the outfielders, and Perdome is going to head in to second base for a double. Matt Heel quickly over for Emory and Henry.
It was quite a celebration there. I
It
hear
was.
he's one of the fun guys on the team.
Perdome is from Clark Community College out in Cameron Park, California. We have several guys from California on the roster this year. He is a junior, so another junior college transfer. Again, Ashley Matherly on the broadcast with us. Big baseball fan as Josh Long grounds out to his counterpart, third base. Josh was 1 for 4 last night with a run scored and 1 strikeout. Jackson Mix steps in. He's from Georgia Southwestern. Hails from Gray, Georgia. Second baseman looking to push something through the infield and try and score Perdome from second base. Have you had an opportunity, Ashley, to watch much college baseball? I know you're a big fan of Major League Baseball, but throughout high school, did you get a chance to watch much high school baseball, college baseball in your area?
I really haven't seen much high school baseball. My school was really small, so we didn't have a baseball team. But as far as college baseball, being here, this is probably the first college baseball game I've actually been to. Seen some on TV, College World Series and everything, but not much in person.
Okay.
It's a very different feeling from a Major League stadium, but I like the simplicity.
It would be great to have a Dodger dog right now. I'm not going to lie to you. Hot dogs made famous at Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles, California. Stadium is slowly filling up. Good crowd here, as expected, opening weekend. And there's going to be a line drive just over the shortstop. It's going to be a play at the plate, and the throw is going to be cut off. So the throw from left fielder Matt Hill was just off target a little bit, and shortstop Mason Lyda, or rather third baseman Mason Lyda, went ahead and cut the throw. Shortstop Dawson Gilstrap steps in, Dawson was 1 for 2 with a run scored and RBI in yesterday evening's game. Another big play by Wagner. One 1-0 count here. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Gilstrap is the only returner currently in the lineup for the Warriors. A lot of junior college transfers. And there's a pop-up on the infield. It's going to stay in fair territory. But third baseman Jared Foley records the second out of the inning. It's going to bring up number 9, left fielder Noah Wiggins. Nice walk-up song there. Noah was 1 for 3 with a run scored and a hit RBI last night. I actually got a chance to jump on softball. Softball is a little faster pace, as you've probably noticed, in college baseball. And there's a line drive. It's going to fall just in front of center fielder Tyler Bradley. So another base runner there in in the form of Noah Wiggins. Junior Blaze Haddock, as we mentioned, the transfer from Newberry College. He calls Toccoa, Georgia, his hometown, so transfer over here to Southern Wesleyan, got a little bit closer to his hometown. Runners at first and second now. Still no breeze to speak of here at the Con, so that's helping at least with the feel-like temperature. Blaze reached on a walk his first at bat, scored the Warriors' first run. Also picked up a stolen base, so. Pitch brings him just off the plate. You mentioned you've been to a third of the Major League ballparks. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
What's your favorite?
Keep track. I think, honestly, as far as stadium goes, I was able to go to Minnesota this past summer and see the Twins, and I really, really liked their stadium.
Wild pitch. Gets to the backstop. It's going to push the runners up to second, third. So 2 outs, 3-0 count with a leadoff hitter. Over the course of the spring, we'll slowly learn the coaching style and philosophy of head coach Matt Robinson. Typically, leadoff hitters hitting 3-0 with 2 outs are going to be taking a pitch, but we'll see if they go with that long-standing tradition or if they give him the green light. And he's going to take a ball outside. So bases are loaded. Minnesota is a stadium I have not been to.
How many have you been to?
That's a good question. I'm going to say maybe 8. I'll need to
Okay.
actually count them up. Joe Brockington, who was a longtime VP for Student Life here at Southern Wesleyan, he just retired a couple of years ago. He has been to every Major League Baseball stadium with the exception of the new one, I believe, in Texas. And so he's going to try, obviously, I believe, perhaps this year to get out there, and that will get him caught up. So it's going to be the second charge visit for Emory and Henry as catcher Camden Bailey made a quick trip out. And first pitch swinging after a 4-pitch walk, and Cam Mitchum's going to pop up to the pitcher. So that's going to end the first 2 innings of play. Warriors did pick up another run, so that puts us at 2-0 lead. As we head to the top half of the third, we're going to take a break. We'll be back and talk some more Major League Baseball stadiums.
This is Conference Carolinas.
Back here in the top half of the third inning, Tyler Bradley, center fielder, is going to be leading off. And Ashley, when you were learning to swim, did you wade in at the steps or jump off into the deep end?
Well, I took swim lessons and I was not very good, so I did neither.
Okay. Well, we're going to throw you in the deep end here.
Okay.
And we're going to let you take over for a batter or two.
Okay.
Making her premiere, her debut, in the top half of the third inning, 2-1. I am signing off. Actually, I'm going to do the color commentary, so you get play-by-play. Let's roll. Feel free to speak anytime.
Takes me a minute to get into
it. It is. If you've never done broadcasting, it's not as easy as you think. I had the luxury of doing it for about 7 summers. We hosted a collegiate summer league team here, and I had to be here, so I might as well make it fun. Foul ball down the right field line, full count, and take this pitch over. You got it.
Okay. And looks like he just tipped that one off barely.
He did, fouled it back. You are actually doing a much better job than I am, because when there's a video, you don't need to talk as much. I tend to go with a radio broadcast and probably talk too much. So don't feel like you have to fill the airwaves.
Same thing, fouled back.
We were talking earlier about how Emory and Henry has some healthy young men, 6'2", 6'4".
And he's staying alive there. Keeps fouling him off, making our pitcher work today. And that one's up into right field. Looks like he took care of that one for our first out of the inning.
So Marty Grisso over, picking up the first out of the third inning. Designated hitter Wayne Mize steps in and see if I can get the live stats back up for us and give you an update on what's happening here.
And that one's up in the infield. Looks like second baseman is going to take care of that one. Jackson Mix.
Mix with the F4. High sky today, so even though there's no wind being an obstruction, high sky this afternoon, 1 o'clock here local time for those of you that are listening outside of the Eastern time zone. And another first pitch swinging back out to Grisso. So baseball, there's a lot of superstition, Ashley, and you took over play-by-play, and we had 3 up, 3 down on about 5 pitches. So you know what that means. You've got the bottom half of the third. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly. Back here at the con, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are watching Marty Grissow first pitch swinging,
There have been a lot of those.
there has been. Third baseman Jared Foley with a 5-3. Recorded if you're keeping the book at home along with us. We were just talking about it took 48 minutes to play about an inning and a half, and I guess the guys realized that as well. So about the last 7 hitters, I think 5 have been swinging at the first pitch. Marcerio Allen, designated hitter for the Warriors, steps in.
That one's going to be tipped and caught.
Wagner back out there for this third inning of action, and we'll see what his pitch count is. I believe Wagner's pitch count is going to be .52 now. So he's slightly ahead of where coaching staff for Emory and Henry would probably like for him to be. I'm sure he's probably on a predetermined pitch count as well.
That one goes back.
As we mentioned earlier, Ashley, one of the things that college baseball will do early in the season is let their pitchers know ahead of time. You've got 50 pitches, 60, 70. Early in the season, kind of give them a little bit more of an opportunity. College baseball, you don't start practicing until about the first week, January 10th, 11th of January, and all of a sudden, here we are in February, and we're playing games. So it takes pitchers a little bit longer to get their arm in mid-season form.
What I didn't know about college baseball is that they also have a designated hitter. I had no idea.
Correct. They will have a designated hitter that obviously gives a little bit more offensive power, but more and more over the last couple of years, you are seeing pitchers hit for themselves. So they will be recorded as pitcher DH, so they'll pitch, let's say they pitch 5 innings, they come out, they can remain the designated hitter if the coach chooses to do that.
That one's on the ground a second, and he'll be out at first. And now Justin Purdom coming up to bat again. They've made a couple rotations already. Left some people on base.
They have. This is his second at bat. You'll remember Purdom. I'm not sure if we are pronouncing that Purdom. Purdom, okay. Looking at the pronunciation guide. I think you had it right. I had it wrong.
Well, I
Purdom,
know they call him Purdy. That's his
nickname around campus? Okay.
Yeah.
He actually has been to the plate, ironically, all 3 innings. He was at the plate in the first inning when Marcerio Allen was caught stealing to end the inning.
And he gets hit there. Right on the shoulder, it looked like.
He led off the second with a double, and now he's going to trot down to first base. As you spoke about, got hit by the pitch. Ashley Josh was 1 for 4 last night with a run scored. 0 for 1 today.
And that one gets past the third baseman there. A very sharp hit.
Josh made a nice play at third base, I believe, in the first inning for the third out. If it had gotten by him, that would have scored definitely 1 run.
Now we got 2 runners on for Jackson Mix.
Two on, 2 out. Mix picked up a hit and an RBI earlier And last night he was 0 for 3 with a run scored, so showing some production here early on in the 2023 campaign. Wagner now approaching the 60s in the pitch count. That pitch is down. Actually, we got some activity now in the Emory and Henry bullpen. I'm going to guess with 2 outs, if he gets out of this inning, that might be the end of the day for Bryson Wagner. If he gives up a base hit or gets another runner on, we may see a relief pitcher.
And that one's going to be, was that called a strike?
That was called a strike. Slightly delayed reaction from the home plate umpire, but
that one's just tipped off. Count is still 1-2.
we'll see if we can get a number down in the bullpen. I believe it's going to be 41. So I think Jacob Nestor from Concord University is getting loose in the Wasp bullpen.
That one's chopped over to first, and the pitcher will take care of that one to retire the side.
That was a nice play by Wagner. Looks like their PFP, pitcher's fielding practice, actually paid off there. You want to take us out of the 3rd inning, and I'll bring us back into the 4th inning.
Sure. Thanks for watching SWU's broadcast, Conference Carolinas. We'll be right back.
Wake up and focus. I wonder if you ever considered that you only have one life to live. I wonder if you have the courage to be exactly who you were called to be. I wonder if you understand that you can do anything if only you believe it. I wonder if anyone told you that you can be a leader, a trendsetter, the innovator of that brand new whatever that's not here yet, but that's only because you didn't introduce it yet. I wonder if you realize that your life's purpose is bigger than you, and that it's ready to be awakened and make its mark in history. Are you awake yet? But what if there's a place for you? A place where you can dream higher, dream bigger, where your dreams and your future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where professors are more like mentors and guides, where generosity is contagious. And if you catch it, you might just change the world, y'all. There is a place where real faith-filled community allows you to know and be fully known, where faith is filled to the brim, so full it can wash away your doubts, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, where your story can be written and change the course of history. And that place, Southern Wesleyan University. So it's time to wake up. You only have one life to live, because this is not a drill. This is not about cliches, shallow taglines, or some inspirational quote for you to tweet, snap, pin, or post. No.
All right, Ashley took us out of the 3rd inning. I'm going to bring us back into the 4th inning. And in just a few minutes, we're going to have a graphic up on the screen. It will be an opportunity for you to go interactive with us during the broadcast as Cord Babcock begins his 4th inning of work, and Christian Schmidt, the right fielder, steps in. He's 0 for 1, and Schmidt did not play in yesterday's season opener. You can visit slido.com, SLIDO, and then once you get there, you don't even have to make an account, folks. Just visit the website on your phone, on your laptop, And there'll be a blue participant box at the top of the screen. Type in hashtag 262-5511. 262-5511. Don't forget the hashtag. And there you'll see a question. If you'll just give us your thoughts, comments. We've already had a listener from South Georgia. Gave us a heads up on the technical difficulties, the audio difficulties we were having early on. They're saying it's working great now, so that's good. So we know we'll have at least one listener on the broadcast from South Georgia. Hopefully there's more of you out there, and if you'll get interactive with us, we'll talk about, discuss your question, your thought. If you want to leave your name, that's great. If not, at least leave your hometown so we'll have an idea. 2-2 count now, and that one, as they say on the movies, just a bit outside.
Now, you mentioned you're quite the Dodgers fan. So, you from around there, or you just grew up liking them?
I lived in L.A. for a short period of time. No, actually I didn't. Interesting story as to how I became a Dodger fan. If we get a pitching change, maybe we'll take the time to talk about that. But catcher Camden Bailey steps in after a called third strike there from Cord Babcock. That was Cord's second strikeout on the day, and Josh Long back up, and high throw going to bring Cam Mitchum off the bag. Justin Perdum backing up the play, so it's going to be an E5. Matt Hill, the left fielder. Correct my notes there. Foul ball off to our right. Longtime Dodger fan, 7 years old, was a Yankee fan. Dodgers played the Yankees in the World Series. I like the short, heavy-set manager, Tommy Lasorda, who is one of the greatest managers of all time. Liked the team wearing the gray and the blue, and became a Dodger fan from that point on. Had an opportunity back in 2008 to visit Dodger Stadium, so that was a great opportunity there. Spent a few days in L.A. and Gilroy, California, which is closer to San Francisco. But Babcock with a toss back over to first base. So that's my story as far as the Dodger fan. Not much to it, but my cousin growing up was a huge Braves fan. So back when they were actually in the same division, the NL West, we had some good arguments, and it was always great going to Atlanta and watching the Dodgers play. 2-2 count, one out. Runner still at first base in the form of Camden Bailey. A lot of foul balls today as well. You made mention of that earlier in the broadcast.
Watching baseball for so long, you think you notice everything, but there's always, whenever there's a big play, you've got people backing up, and I didn't even see when Purdom went and covered first base, and it's crazy how hard they work to get all that down. It's like they teleport everywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, if you're not moving on the baseball field, you're probably doing something wrong because there's always an opportunity when the ball's put in play to be backing up a position, a bag, communicating in some form or fashion. A lot of times outfielders will get caught on their heels, especially if the pitcher's struggling a little bit. But you're right, catcher always backing up first base as long as there's not a runner in scoring position. And Babcock, starts off Mason Lyda with a ball up in the zone. Lyda's 1 for 1 and was 0 for 4 last night. Emory and Henry struck out 8 times last night. The Warriors struck out 4. And typically early on in the season, pitchers are going to be a little ahead of the hitters. So you'll have more low-scoring games early on in the season than you do once the third week or so rolls around. There's a high fly ball to left field, and left fielder Noah Wiggins records the third out. So we're going to head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. 2-0. Warriors still leading. We'll be back in about 45 seconds.
This is Conference Carolinas.
SWU broadcast. I actually almost said Braves there. That's kind of scary. We've got a pitching change now for the Wasps. And that would be number 41, Jacob Nestor. And up to bat for the Warriors is our shortstop, Dawson Gilstrap. And that first pitch is going to be called a little high. And that's going to be called ball 2. Hoping for a little more activity from the Warriors. Maybe another score change. Fouled off.
A couple more people chiming in on the interactive feed. Olivia watching from Charlotte, North Carolina. She is a Emory and Henry fan. And we are going to work on the commercials. I believe the commercials are still fairly loud, but we'll continue to work on that audio aspect. So far, Noah Wiggins, I'm going to vote, has the best walk-up song. What do you think?
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention much to the walk-up songs. I think if I heard some Taylor Swift up in here, that'd take the cake for me.
Gotcha. Noah Wiggins steps in for the Warriors. Leadoff hitter in the form of Dawson Gilstrap at first base, and there's a bunt. Nice bunt, and good play by the catcher there as well, Camden Bailey, but good bunt by Wiggins, the 9-hole hitter, to get Gilstrap to second base, and in scoring position as Blaze Haddock, transfer from Newberry College, makes his way to the plate. So Ashley, being a baseball fan, are you more of a low-scoring pitcher's duel, or do you like to see a lot of runs scored throughout the game?
I think it really depends on the weather. I think if I was sitting out there right now in the cold,
Good call.
I'd want there to be, you know,
a pitcher's
a
duel.
good steady flow of the game.
Yeah, okay,
But
nice.
I do love some action, and there's a little bit right there. He just got hit.
Haddock is going to trot down to first base after being hit by the pitch from Jacob Nestor.
Looks like they're going to have a little talk up there on the mound.
Nestor, as we mentioned, from Concord University, calls Virginia his hometown state. We don't have a record of him from last season with Emory and Henry. And a lot of new players, as we mentioned, on both sides today. A lot of new faces in the Warrior dugout along the third base side, and seemingly based on the 2022 stats from last season, a lot of new faces over in Emory and Henry. Couple runners on, one out here for Cam Mitchum. 2-hole hitter, plays first base for Southern Wesleyan. Nestor's pitch up in the zone. Ashley, you got a pitch count on Babcock as we approach the 5th inning?
I know he hit about 80, maybe 82. Getting up there for the top of the 5th that we're about to go into in a little bit. Might be pitching change.
We'll be approaching his 5th inning of work. We do have some activity now in the Warrior bullpen. Ground ball out to third, just over to the third base bag, and a nice play, a really nice play by third baseman Jared Foley with the inning double play. Mitchum's ground ball just over the third base bag, diving into foul territory, stepped on third base and threw across the diamond. Mitchum taking a little bit of a spiel as his feet got tangled up either on the bag or with first baseman. That's going to end 4 innings of baseball. Warriors still lead 2-0. We'll be back in about 1 minute.
Life, things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
To the top of the 5th, we have a pitching change for the Warriors.
Did you notice there was a line in the restroom? By chance? Did you notice that there was a line in the restroom by chance?
Oh, I'll be honest, I backtracked.
Cord Babcock with some successful innings, 4 completed. And that's going to be on the ground to third, and Josh Long will take care of that for the first out. And our new pitcher is number 31, Ashton Falk. He's a sophomore from Columbus, Georgia. And that'll be called a strike. He's pretty fast with getting him in there. That's going to be strike 2. We got a lovely crowd here today as that's fouled off. Hopefully a lot of Warrior fans. And that one's a little high for ball 1. Our score is still 2-0 Warriors, and that'll go to shortstop, and that'll be our second out. Pretty close call, but a great play by Dawson Gilstrap. And I believe that will bring up Tyler Bradley. And he'll take that first strike. And that one's popped over to first. A great 3-up, 3-down inning. And we'll be right back.
Wake up and focus. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This, Southern Wesleyan University. Number 7, Marty Grizzo, is up to bat. That one fouled back to make the count 1-1.
Nestor back out on the mound for Emory and Henry. Looks like we had a quick top half of the 5th inning there, Ashley.
Warriors did very well to keep the activity to a minimum.
I don't know if you've noticed or not, but so far when you've done play-by-play, it's been 3 up and 3 down.
Well,
so
then maybe you should talk this inning and the Warriors will score a few more.
Or we can just let you carry us home, and we'll be home in a couple hours.
You mentioned earlier the softball team is traveling today?
They are. They're over in Newberry. In fact, we'll check on them right now. And in about 20 minutes, our women's basketball team is going to be tipping off down at Emmanuel College. So they'll be in conference. So we'll pull up the live stats for Newberry, and looks like they're in the 3rd inning. Actually, that's not right. For some reason, it's showing Tusculum on the live stat, so I'm assuming this is accurate because I believe their baseball team is actually playing Francis Marion, so the roster's correct. So for some reason, we're called Tusculum this afternoon down in Newberry. But to answer your question, it is still scoreless down there.
Still a full count for Grizzo.
Grisso's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Also picked up a stolen base earlier.
And a little strikeout swinging there.
Designated hitter Marcerio Allen in the box for Southern Wesleyan. Ashton Falk actually came on to pitch the top half of the fifth. His first appearance of the 2023 campaign. He appeared in 11 games last year as a freshman, got 2 starts. Ended up the season with a 0-2 record. Allen did not play yesterday. Ashley, did you get a chance to come down and see any of the baseball game, or I know you were at softball, but I don't know if you saw any of the baseball game last night or not.
Being up in the booth, I did have people let me know what was going on down there. I wasn't able to make it.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm excited to be here today for both games, hopefully.
So your first official baseball game as a Southern Wesleyan student, you're actually working it in the booth. Not many students can say that, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not mad about it. I like to be involved.
You're involved, and you're a lot warmer up here than you would be outside. So
yeah, I'd probably have a few blankets on me if I was outside right now.
Speaking of outside, we'll get us a attendance report here in just a little bit, but if you're familiar with the con, the blue seats directly behind home plate are about 75% full, so a decent crowd here tonight, or rather this afternoon. Doubleheader today, so roughly 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1, we'll have the second game today, third game of the series. Warriors picked up the 4-3 victory last night, so they stand currently at 1-0.
And we've already got a full count for Allen here. Couple foul balls.
As you mentioned earlier, a lot of foul balls today.
Mm-hmm. And another one.
A lot of baseball yesterday as most of the teams were able to get started for a Friday, Saturday weekend series. Wednesday was the first official day you could open up college baseball at the Division II level. We'll walk through some of the other Conference Carolina teams and what they've done so far. Yesterday, Erskine traveled down to Lander. They dropped one, I believe, in 12 innings. They lost to Lander 7-6. Pembroke defeated St. Anselm 18-0. So quite the offensive highlight there.
And a strikeout swinging will bring our second out of the inning. Bringing up Justin Purdom again.
King and UVA Wise played earlier today up in Bristol, Tennessee. King got the shutout win, 1-0 there. Purdom 1 for 1 with a run scored and a double. Last at bat, I believe he got hit by a pitch in the shoulder.
We've had a couple of those today.
No activity in either bullpen at this time.
Looks like maybe our pitcher's staying warm in the dugout over there.
Falk does have the bands going, so it looks like you're right. He's probably going to go back out for his second inning of action.
I thought that thing was a tape measure at first. Never seen one of those before.
Big swing and miss by Purdom there. You can close the book, at least in terms of the stat line, on Babcock. 4 innings pitched. He faced 17 hitters, struck out a couple, walked a couple, and gave up 2 hits. So, as Vin Scully would say, deuces were wild there.
With a full count, that brings Purdom to first base for a walk. And Josh Long now up to bat.
That's one of the things as a head coach or a pitching coach or even a pitcher, last thing you really want to do is have a 2-out walk. Want to try to reduce the amount of pitches as much as possible. Josh Long, you'll remember, made the nice defensive play at third base early in the game to save a run. Josh was 1 for 4. The run scored. Struck out in the season opener yesterday. He's 1 for 2 today, so a very modest 2-game hitting streak.
And that one's hit deep. Maybe it'll get down. Nope. Center fielder takes care of that for the 3rd out. Quite a hit, though.
It was. Tyler Bradley made a nice play in stride. That ends the 5th inning. We're only playing 7 in game 1 of today's scheduled doubleheader. So when we come back, the Wasps will have a couple more at-bats to try to put something on the board. 2-0 Warriors. We'll be back shortly. Fans were back here. Ashton Falk back out of the mound for his second inning of work. Designated hitter Wayne Mize steps in.
That one's hit right into the gap, and that's going to get down all the way to the wall. He'll stand up for a double.
So leadoff double for Mize, who was 1 for 3 with an RBI and a walk yesterday. Action now in the Warrior bullpen. Falk trying to record the first out here in the 6th inning. Again, as we previously mentioned, this is the 7-inning game. The 9-inning game will be game 2, unless this one sees the Wasp rally and go to extra innings.
No advance as the runner. Purdom got to that one pretty quickly.
Cole Cunningham, the first baseman. I believe he showed bunt there. Did he not? I thought he may have showed bunt there. Typically your 4-hole hitter not going to be bunting. May have just tried to get the infielders to moving a little bit. But it is 2-0 and it is early. Runs that are premium so far today.
That one's chopped, but it'll be foul right in the Wasp bullpen. I would not want to be standing over there if I was them.
Not much room to move around down there. As we talked about earlier, there's not much foul territory down the right field line or the left field line as far as that goes. But you're right. There's probably at least a dozen to 14 players down there in the bullpen. And
guess there's a good view or something.
The Wasp were scattering, no doubt. Is that a 1-2 count, I believe? Another foul ball. So how do you feel about your second day broadcast debut as far as baseball?
I gotta say, it's a little different than softball. You know, softball, you have a lot more activity in the dugouts, really. It's much more fast-paced. And I think you sounded a lot like Chip Carey to me. A little more intimidating, it seems.
Oh. Speaking of Chip Carey, what are the Braves going to be doing?
I don't know. Maybe they'll hire me. Hopefully.
I think
maybe.
I believe I read they made a hire, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure. We'll look that up.
He's got some big shoes to fill. That one's on the ground at third. Checks second, but ends up making the play to first. You know, I actually saw Chip Carey last time I went to Atlanta. He almost ran me over with his scooter.
Nice. Well, not really nice, but at least you got a chance to meet him, I guess.
Yeah, he kind of
could have made headlines had he ran over you in the scooter, though.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to get hit there.
Along with a nice play at third, with the exception of the one throwing error that he had earlier in the game, he's had some good plays over there at the hot corner.
I was just thinking earlier about how, you know, you don't see a ton of left-handed pitchers. Is Babcock our only left-handed pitcher on the roster?
I don't think so, just off the top of my head. I haven't had an opportunity to really look over the roster. You're right. There's not many. Aiden Evans is the lefty. And just briefly looking over the roster, I believe you're correct. We only have 2 southpaws. So probably one of the reasons he is getting the start in the middle game of the series. I'm not sure who's going to be starting game 3, but I would assume they'll be going right, left, right. So Fault back in there at 3-1 count. And another foul ball. I know you've taken some photos for SWU Athletics. Is that something that you have a passion doing as well, just kind of a hobby?
I think I've been in my business of photography for almost 2 years.
So you actually have a business?
Yeah, I have these little business cards.
Okay, nice. Did not know that. Things you learn in the press box as fly ball to right center field pushes Wayne Mize to third base. So the Wasps have a runner 90 feet away with Camden Bailey, the catcher, coming up to the plate. So I'm assuming you take photographs at different events, upload them, and have the opportunity to sell them, I'm assuming?
I have not sold any yet.
Okay.
I've thought about it before. I've been able to take my camera to professional games.
Okay.
It's been a little risky with the rules and everything.
Yes.
But I've been able to do that very luckily. I'm more into portrait photography.
Okay.
But if I were to get into sports photography, it would probably be baseball.
Okay.
Just, it's easier with the pace that it moves at.
Gotcha.
And I just really enjoy it.
That's a great segue for us to lead into our official photographer here at Southern Wesleyan, John Bolton. If you don't get a chance to visit Connor Field, if you have a son or a relative playing here at Southern Wesleyan, John Bolton will be out taking photos. He was actually here yesterday, so you can go to boltonphoto.com. That's boltonphoto.com. And pitch gets away, but Perdum's able to.
Looks like he got hit and then tipped it. Very odd.
It was a
play.
swing, and I think that's exactly right. What Emory and Henry's head coach is coming out asking if he was not hit by the pitch, but even if you swing through, it's going to be a called strike. So the drop third strike allowed Purdom to make the throw with a 2-3 strikeout there. Nestor back out on the mound as we go to the bottom half of the sixth inning. We'll take a break and be back shortly. Back here, bottom half of the sixth inning. Jackson Mix going to step in, second baseman for the Warriors. Mix is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Had a run scored in in yesterday's game. 2-0 Warriors, bottom 6. Warriors will try to get some insurance runs here and then hold the Wasp in the top half of the 7th. We'll see if we can see who is getting loose, warmed up in the Warrior bullpen. It's a little difficult to see from our vantage point. And hard hit ground ball out to second base, and Mix's counterpart retires him 4-3. That's going to bring up shortstop Dawson Gilstrap, who is 1 for 2.
Good thing about an earlier game with the sun being out and it's so chilly, at least they get a little bit of warmth.
That is true. Wind is picking up now. It's actually blowing in from left field, so I'm not sure if we have another weather system coming in. Typically, the wind blows in from left field very rarely here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. Ground ball out to his counterpart, high throw, but makes the tag, but
Wow.
Field umpire says no, he missed him, so head coach for Emory and Henry is going to come out and ask for, I think he was requesting help.
That was a lot to look at there.
So a throwing error by the shortstop
Maybe his
allows
foot tapped on the
Gilstrap
bag.
to reach first base.
It was barely off of the plate when he tried to tag him. His foot wasn't on the plate when he tagged him.
Nestor settles back in, and Noah Wiggins one out with a Wiggins 1 for 1 today. He also had a sacrifice bunt. He's going to drop this one in the right field. Right fielder Christian Schmidt trying to deke Gilstrap, the runner. First and second, leadoff hitter Blaze Haddock. Haddock has no official at-bats today. He's walked twice and got hit by a pitch. This will be his 4th plate appearance. He does have a run scored. Being a lifelong baseball fan, are you accustomed to all the different statistics that baseball brings along with it?
I think, growing up around it, I kind of took all the terminology as it came and learned as I went along watching and stuff. It still is a lot to process, and mostly none of my friends really understand baseball, so I'm always the one explaining things.
Exactly.
But I really appreciate knowing how the game works, and I enjoy watching it.
This is one of those unique situations in the game of baseball where this is Blaze's 4th plate appearance, but yet he has no official at-bats because he's got 2 walks and he got hit by a pitch. So his on-base percentage is great, as there's a little flare out to the first baseman in foul territory as he was trying to look like just get the runners over into scoring position. But now there's 2 outs, and Cam Mitchum, who is 0 for 2 with a walk. Cam also called stealing on the double steal back early in the game. He's 1 for 4 with an RBI last night. We'll see if anyone else in the press box can get a number on the pitcher down there in the Warrior bullpen.
And that one's dropped. Runners will advance.
So benefit there for the Warriors, getting both runners now in scoring position. Catcher Camden Bailey did a good job at least keeping it in the general vicinity, but wild pitch there away just enough. And there's a
Rit foul.
Exactly, that was close. I'm going to try to give you a stat line. Warriors have 2 runs off 7 hits. Emory and Henry yet to score a run off 3 hits. And both teams have 1 error. Newberry up on the Warrior softball team 2-0 as they're in the 5th inning. Looks like we have a photographer down in the Warrior dugout now trying to get some photos.
I believe that's their social media coordinator.
And there's going to be an out call at first base. So tough hop over the outstretched glove of the pitcher, but second baseman Noah Mazza came in and made a nice play to end the 6th inning, the bottom half of the 6th inning. So we're heading to the top half of the seventh, here at the Con. Warriors lead 2-0. Down at Newberry, the Warriors have just scored in the top half of the 4th, so they've cut that deficit to 1, and they're getting beat by Newberry 2-1. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back, fans. We're in the top half of the 7th inning. Warriors lead 2-0. Ashton Falk back out on the mound. His 3rd inning for Southern Wesleyans. He's going to try to pick up the save here. Ball's going to drop in between Blaze Haddock and Noah Wiggins, so the Wasps get their leadoff hitter on, which in essence bring Mason Light to the shortstop at the plate and the tying run to the plate here in the top half of the seventh inning. Light is 1 for 2. And there's a ball hit out to center field that's going to fall just in front of Blaze Haddock. So Wasp now getting a little rally going here. Runners at first and second. Noah Mazza, second baseman, made a nice play at the bottom of the sixth inning to end the inning. You would almost anticipate a bunt here, and the Warriors are bringing corners in. The bunt defense getting the runners in scoring position will give them the opportunity for a base hit to potentially tie the game. We'll see if they change it up. Head coach Trey McCall, I believe, is out in front of the dugout giving the play for the second pitch here to Mazza. Showing bunt again. He pulls back, so quickly 2-0 count. And with that ball, head coach Matt Robinson is going to make a visit, and it's probably going to be an opportunity to let Falk know we just need to get the out here. Could be giving the pitcher in the bullpen an opportunity to get hot here and enter the game. We'll see. Newberry leads the Warrior softball team 2-1. They're in the bottom half of the fourth inning. Mazza at the plate, 2-0, anticipating the bunt once again. And the pitch, and that pitch is up in the zone. So Mazza ahead 3-0. And there's a ball down in the zone, so bases are now loaded. Falk thought that was a pitch in the zone. This brings the leadoff hitter Jared Foley. He's 1 for 3 today, 0 for 4 yesterday with a couple of strikeouts. Swing and a miss. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Foley hit just shy of 400 last year for the Wasps. Had 133 at-bats. And there's a fly ball out to left field. That's going to score one. And the Warriors are going to keep runner at second from advancing. So with that sac fly, the lead is cut in half. Ashton Falk goes back, and he's going to face Tyler Bradley, the center fielder. There's a pitch up in the zone. Bradley holds off. 2-0, so Falk struggling here just a little bit in the 7th inning. Actually, that's the crazy thing about this game, too, is Warriors have led from the start. However, now here we are in the last inning, and Emory and Henry is threatening. And bases are loaded once again, and that's going to bring up Wayne Mize, the designated hitter. Wayne from Wake Tech, Salisbury, North Carolina. You may be familiar with that area as well.
Yeah, not too far.
Bases loaded, corners up, infield, middle infield back for a double play. And there's a ground ball, and it looks like, it's going to get away, and that's going to allow another runner to come in. So a potential inning-ending double play with an errant throw at first base, and now head coach Matt Robinson is going to see if there's a sliding obstruction at second base. If that's the case, if that is overturned, then that will end the game. If not, we're going to be playing the bottom half of the 7th inning as the Wasps have taken a 3-2 lead. So the balance of this game is held in the hands of the umpires, and it seemed like the longer they talk about it, the more it may go. And he is out, and the Warriors. And so now we're going to have a conversation between Emory and Henry and the umpires. So we're going to stay here just for a minute and make sure that everything is good to go. As of now, it looks as though the head coach of Emory and Henry is simply just wanting an explanation. The call has already been made, so if you did miss it, bases were loaded, ground ball to shortstop, a potential inning-ending double play to close down the inning and the game. There was an errant throw to first base. However, the umpires deemed there was obstruction, and in doing so, ended the game. So now we're going to take about 30 minutes, and we'll probably be back here around 2:50 to play the second game of the doubleheader, third game of the series. Once again, Warriors finish up with a 2-1 victory. They move to 2-0 on the season.
wake up and focus. I wonder if you ever considered that you only have one life to live. I wonder if you have the courage to be exactly who you were called to be. I wonder if you understand that you can do anything if only you believe it. I wonder if anyone told you that you can be a leader, a trendsetter, the innovator of that brand new whatever that's not here yet, but that's only because you didn't introduce it yet. I wonder if you realize that your life's purpose is bigger than you and that it's ready to be awakened and make its mark in history. Are you awake yet? But what if there's a place for you? A place where you can dream higher, dream bigger, where your dreams and your future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where professors are more like mentors and guides, where generosity is contagious. And if you catch it, you might just change the world, y'all. There is a place where real faith-filled community allows you to know and be fully known, where faith is filled to the brim, so full it can wash away your doubts, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, where your story can be written and change the course of history. In that place, Southern Wesleyan University. So it's time to wake up. You only have one life to live, because this is not a drill. This is not about cliches, shallow taglines, or some inspirational quote for you to tweet, snap, pin, or post. No, this is where snooze buttons are frozen, alarm clocks are broken, where feet hit the floor because dreams are now woken. This is it. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This, Southern Wesleyan University.
Fans, welcome back to Dr. C. Keith Connor Field, home of Warrior Baseball. If you're just now joining us, you missed Game 1 of today's scheduled doubleheader where the Warriors picked up an exciting 2-1 victory, moved to 2-0 on the young 2023 campaign. If you were with us, we'll break that game down as we had a controversial play to end the game, inning double play with a runner interference to finish it up. We're going to go ahead and get started here. On the mound for the Warriors is freshman Jacob Webb. Webb from Chesney, South Carolina, attended Chesney High School. Believe they are the Eagles. Special guest sitting beside me, Deandra Martin, lacrosse player from Oconee County. What high school did you attend, Dee?
Seneca High School.
Seneca High School. She's a former Bobcat. She's going to step in and provide some color commentary, so we'll get an opportunity in a little bit to give you the stat line for Game 1. But first, Jacob Webb and his first collegiate pitch is going to be fouled off back behind us. Jared Foley, third base from Emory and Henry, is leading off for the Wasp. Jared was 1 for 3 with an RBI in today's game, first game of today. D, you excited to be not just in the press box, but first ever online broadcast?
Oh, yeah, very excited.
She's tangling the cords right now, so I'm not sure what's going on. If you were listening, we had some audio difficulties earlier. Now we have some core difficulties, but we're going to work that out. Dee loves baseball, plays lacrosse here at Southern Wesleyan, played volleyball, I believe, in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Josh Long up with a ground ball, and that's going to be safe as an errant throw from Long pulls Cam Mitchum off the bag. So an E5 to begin the game for the Warriors here as Tyler Bradley, center fielder, steps into the plate. Into the box. Bradley was 0 for 3 with a walk. Dee actually has worked numerous sports here at Southern Wesleyan. She was in the baseball press box last spring, did some PA work, did some scoreboard work. She's doing that again this year. Helped us with some basketball games as Bradley's going to send a line drive into the right center field gap, and Grisso's going to misplay that, and that's going to allow Foley to score. So a couple of errors here to start off the game for the Warriors. A base hit by Bradley there, and then the misplay by Grisso allowed Foley to score from first base. So some heads-up base running, but some faulty defense by the Warriors here in the final game of the series, and left fielder Wayne Mize steps into the box. Mize was 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Dee, I believe you helped us with basketball games too. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Professional floor wiper over here.
Actually, I think it's called court care, but we'll go with floor wiper if that's what you prefer. She did a good job for us. When's your season start up here? Another week and a half, I believe?
About a week, 2/11.
Okay, February 11th. Lacrosse will start their spring season. They'll travel about 40 minutes away to Anderson University and open up their 2023 campaign. I know you're probably excited to get the season going. Injured last year. Opportunity to come out here and get going in February. It's a little cold.
Definitely.
But if you joined us here earlier today, we were talking about the weather temperatures. Only supposed to get in the mid-40s, but the sun is out and there's very little wind. So it's a very tolerable day here in South Carolina. If we had windy conditions and overcast, I would definitely want to be in the press box.
Me too.
Big lead by Bradley, and you could tell he was running on the pitch, and that's going to be a stolen base and a walk as Mize trots down. So an auspicious start here for the Warriors, and that's going to bring head coach Matt Robinson out for an early visit. Jacob Webb, I'm sure, working in and around some nerves here in his first collegiate start. So Robinson and catcher Tyler Jackson out for a short visit. Cole Cunningham is in. Dee, when did you arrive for game one? What part?
I think I got here in the 3rd or 4th inning.
Okay, so you were here when the Warriors had a 2-run lead already.
Yes, sir.
And then the 7th inning, if you were watching Falk in his 3rd inning on the mound, got into some trouble, some bases loaded situations, and as we mentioned, an inning double play with a runner interference, was able to finish up the game. And the next pitch by Webb's going to be off speed, down and away. Share a little bit about your love for the game of baseball. What brings you out to the diamond?
I just love hanging out with G in the press box, but I also enjoy the game of baseball very much.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of us here in the press box. We're got Isaac, the stat guru. Got Ryan, the Rye guy, the technician guy. He's running the production truck. And as we mentioned, Dee, another student worker assisting us today. And then we have a couple other staff members. Coach Snyder lacrosse, and she's maintaining and handling the scoreboard. Grace Ecker, our SID, is working PA and music, and Isaac, as we already mentioned, the stat guy. I believe Ryan's going to flash up a Slido graphic here if he doesn't already have it, and basically what that allows you as fans to do is be interactive with us here in the press box. Visit Slido.com, and it's up there now. You'll see it at the top of your screen, hashtag 2625511. So what you'll do, visit Slido.com, and that number, make sure you include the hashtag, as he's just highlighted that. You don't have to make an account. It's free, and there's another line drive down the right field line, and that's going to plate another run for Emory and Henry. And runners move to the corners. Send us a question, comment. If you want to include your name, that's great. If you want us to give you a shout-out. If you don't want to include your name, it's completely anonymous. If you would, just give us at least your hometown so we can get a good idea of who's listening and where. Jeremy Green. Jeremy Green Jr. Stands in. Green is from Caldwell Community College out of Troutman, North Carolina. So runners on the corner, 2-0, Emory and Henry here in the second of our doubleheader, third game of the series. There's a pop-up. We'll see if Cam Mitchin has room. He's over. He has room, and he records the first out of the inning and the game for Southern Wesleyan. Dee, what's your favorite Major League Baseball team?
The Atlanta Braves.
Atlanta Braves. I'm assuming just because of the locale.
Sure enough.
Have you ever been to a Braves game?
I sure have, G.
Have you been to the new stadium?
I have not yet.
I've only been once. Saw the Dodgers play there this summer. It's a fascinating stadium. It's really nice. Have a lot of amenities for fans outside of the stadium.
So I've heard.
Maybe you'll get a chance to go this summer. Check out your Bravos, and there's a pitch just up out of the zone. McCrae Sawyers, I believe, is going to be getting his first. No, he actually played first base last night. Got 3 hits, so big night for McCrae Sawyer. Last night, did not play in the first game. He is a left-handed hitter, so probably didn't get the start because of the lefty-lefty matchup in Game 2 of the series, first game of the doubleheader. Dee, what's your major?
Business administration.
Business administration. Have any career goals or aspirations for using that degree? Or you just kind of see what's out there once you graduate?
Gonna see what's out there once I graduate.
Okay. Now, you were in attendance last night, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what I thought. You were working the box, so you've had an opportunity now to see 3 games for the Warriors. Southern Wesleyan picked up the win yesterday 4-3. So they're 2-0 in one-run games so far this year. Had an early 3-0 lead yesterday. Held on for the 4-3 victory. Had an early 2-0 lead today in the first game of the doubleheader. Held on for a 2-1 victory. And now Jacob Webb, the freshman, looking at 1 out and bases loaded with Garrison Bullock. believe this is going to be Bullock's first plate appearance of 2023. He's from Concord, North Carolina. D, you may be familiar with Coach Matt Crow over at Seneca.
Sure am, sir.
He actually is an alum of Southern Wesleyan.
I did not know that.
He is. He was actually involved with the baseball program while he was here, and then graduated and was a longtime assistant under Andy Bay, who also is an alum and played baseball here at Southern Wesleyan.
I did not know that either.
The things you learn in the Press Box online broadcast.
Sure enough.
Andy actually was on the first team that I coached. Interesting story. He played left field, and at the time I was playing at Anderson University and ran into the wall, dislocated his shoulder.
Unfortunate right there.
There's a fly ball, high pop fly, right field. Grisso up and under. Probably not going to be deep enough to score, and his throw comes in and gets away from the catcher. And Mitchum and Webb after, but unfortunate break there. Unfortunate break there for the Warriors as the ball kicked off of catcher Tyler Jackson, and it got just far enough away for the Wasps to score their third run of the game. So kind of a sloppy start here in Game 3 of the series defensively. The pitch is up in the zone 2 as Mason Lotta, the shortstop, 0 for 4 last night, 2 for 3 earlier today. And there's a fly, deep fly ball to right field. Grisso back and makes the catch as he goes horizontal to the field there. So a nice catch there by Grisso. Kind of brings back a couple of errors that the Warriors have committed in the top half of the first inning. We'll head to the bottom of the first. Warriors getting an opportunity to go to the plate. They're down by 3. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Fans, we're back here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field. Blaze Haddock, the center fielder, transfer from Newberry, is going to be leading off for the Warriors. Andrew Parr, the pitcher for Emory and Henry. He's a junior from Andrew College. Calls Alabama his home state. And Parr did not pitch last year for Emory and Henry. And just like that, we've got a leadoff hit from Haddock. So typically, third game of the series could be a high-scoring affair, and this might be the case here as well. Cam Mitchum steps in at first base for the Warriors. Cam got the start yesterday, was 1 for 4 with an RBI. 0 for 3 today in game 1. Did pick up a walk, as we mentioned, last played at Claflin University. Remember the Peach Belt. There's a ball, foul ball off to the right. Fans, if you're listening and enjoy podcasts, we have a brand new podcast out there in week 3. It's called Under the Armor. You can visit YouTube, search Under the Armor SWU, or go to the SWU Athletics site, check out the social media outlets, interviewing coaches, faculty, staff, students. There's a fly ball that's going to fall just in front of center fielder Tyler Bradley. So just like that, in the first inning, the Wasps get the first couple of hitters on, and now the Warriors are following suit. And right fielder Marty Grisso, who made the nice catch there in right field to end the inning. Under the Armor, as catcher Garrison Bullock's going to make his way out. Interviewed our athletic director, Julia Reiniga, head men's basketball coach, Brian Hewitt, and also here recently, baseball players Juan Garcia and Rusty Chappell, along with head softball coach Clay Ardeeser. Those will be releasing in the next week or two. And we also interviewed our faculty of the year, Mike Tapper, this past week. So, Dee, I don't know if you've had Top Shelf Tapper as a professor.
I sure have. I'm taking my second class with him this semester.
What are your thoughts on him as a professor here on the campus?
He is truly, as he says, top shelf.
He is top shelf. There's no doubt about that. So, Isaac Tassie and myself are the co-host of Under the Armor as Grisso takes a strike. Falls down to 0-2. And D. Isaac and I have been able to interview 4 or 5 individuals already, and we're enjoying the show. Hopefully it'll be an opportunity for anyone associated with Southern Wesleyan to get a chance to listen to the podcast. We release an episode a week on Mondays at 7:06 p.m., which translates military time 1906, which is the year that Southern Wesleyan was founded. Grisso goes down swinging. Marcerio Allen, the designated hitter. Do you have any of these guys in class? Any players that you note on the field?
I do. There's definitely a couple in some of my business classes.
Okay. Business administration is actually one of our larger majors, I believe. That and probably education. Criminal justice, I know, has been up there as well as of late. Actually, I think a lot of your lacrosse teammates are CJ majors.
I do believe so.
How's practice been going?
Fairly well.
It was a tough week in and out of the rain. I imagine Childs Field was a little damp throughout the week.
Had a few puddles here and there.
We like to call it the friendly confines of Childs Field, where our soccer program and lacrosse program call home. has a wonderful bank that allows people to kind of spread out a little bit and get a good, almost bird's eye view. As Marcerio Allen runs the count to 2-1, I believe. 1 out here in the bottom half of the first inning. We're about 15, 20 minutes in. The first inning and a half of game 1 took 48 minutes before we kind of got into a cruise control. If this one is any indication, then we may be here for a while. There's a fly ball out to left field. Left fielder Wayne Mize is back, and Haddock retreats back to second base. Parr is definitely filling up the strike zone. Statistician Isaac Tassie just alerted me that his first 9 pitches were actually strikes. So if the Warriors go up there in attack mode, they could do exactly what they've done and get the first 2 guys on base. However, Parr's kind of settled down here as of late. And Tyler Jackson, the catcher, getting his first start as a Warrior. Tyler Jackson is from North Springs Charter out in Sandy Springs, Georgia. Pick played a second, not in time. D, how would you categorize your experience so far as here at Southern Wesleyan?
I would say it's been very well.
Good to hear. Tyler Jackson standing in with an 0-2 count, 2 outs. See if we can get some Warriors plated here. And there's a swing and a miss. That ball is out of the zone. Parr comes off the mound excited that he actually turned the inning around. First two hitters got on, and then he retired the next 3. Dave, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Talk a little bit more about your experiences here at Southern Wesleyan and the game going on today.
This is Conference Carolinas.
This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life. Step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Fans, we're back here at Connor Field, affectionately known as the Con. I'm sitting beside D. Martin. D's a lacrosse player, junior, correct?
Yes, sir.
Business administration major. We've learned a lot about D this afternoon in game 2 of the scheduled doubleheader. There's a ground ball that flips off of Jackson Mix. And, folks, that's going to be the fourth error of the game for the Warriors. And we are just beginning the second inning. I don't know if it's a slight lack of concentration or the guys just getting used to playing 3 games in less than 24 hours or what, but disappointing start defensively here. And Emory and Henry, a nice bunt, and that's going to be a base hit for Jared Foley. There was no sacrifice attempt there. He was straight up bunting for a hit and did a great job. That's a nice bunt, D.
Yes, sir.
As an athlete, do you have any thoughts on our really poor defensive play so far here in Game 3?
I do have to say that coming out this game, they definitely don't look the same as they did the first game yesterday.
I know Coach Robinson is probably trying to figure that out as well. It's early in the season, and, you know, they haven't been practicing long, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. And all of a sudden you've got to play a lot of baseball in a short amount of time. That's definitely no excuse, but Webb picks off the runner at second, and Long is going to make the tag. So nice play there by Jacob Webb. Doing a little inside move there to pick the Wasp runner off. Marty Grisso heading back to his position in right field, doing a good job of backing up just in case we got into a longer pickle situation. So a nice rundown play there executed by the Warriors, and that's good to see. We talked about some of the defensive miscues so far. It's good to see them execute a rundown early in the season. That's typically one of the things that you work on a lot during preseason, but they've had a lot of weather issues as well. So we've talked about that impacting your season as well in terms of the weather, your team getting prepared. You are able to play lacrosse a little bit more so in wet conditions than baseball. So now, obviously, you did not play lacrosse in high school because they don't have it at Seneca.
Correct.
What prompted you to pick up that sport?
One day I was just talking to one of my teammates as of right now, and she was talking about how coach is always open to new players, and so that's how I got involved.
Gotcha. And I know we talked about you playing volleyball along with your sister, Kara. Her nickname's Car, but we call her Kara, so it's a little bit of difficulty there. She played volleyball at Seneca and then is on the volleyball team here at Southern Wesleyan as Tyler Bradley delivers another base hit to right field, and that's going to push Foley over to third. Lacrosse is obviously a much different sport than volleyball. Did you play any other sport other than volleyball at Seneca or maybe through middle school?
I also played soccer and basketball in high school.
Oh, wow, a little 3-sport athlete.
Ooh, something like that.
Okay, all right. Did you play the post position in basketball?
You know, I didn't play too much. I wasn't too good. They mostly sat me on the bench.
Gotcha. And this might do it for Jacob Webb as head coach Matt Robinson's going to make his way out to the mound and makes the call to the bullpen. Our Bolton Photo bullpen call of the day, as we'll have a new pitcher coming in for the Warriors. If you are a Warrior parent or a relative, or if you're listening with Emory and Henry, John Bolton is our official photographer of Southern Wesleyan Athletics, and he takes a lot of photos. He was actually at Game 1 of the series yesterday, and so you can visit boltonphoto.com. That's BOLTON, photo.com, and check out some of the photos. He usually gets those uploaded within 24, 48 hours. Also, we'd like to throw up our Slido interactive feed information, visit slido.com. That should be coming up on the screen here shortly, and we'll give you the code that you can enter. It's a free account. There it is on your screen, slido.com. Make sure you put hashtag 2625511. No account creation needed. You can be anonymous. You can let us know who you are, where you're from. Throw out a question, be interactive as possible. We'll try to talk about that on the air. We're going to take a break now as Andrew Patterson, Sr., is in for the Warriors. He'll be getting loose here. We're back here at the Con. Andrew Patterson, as we mentioned going into the break, in relief of freshman Jacob Webb. Webb in his first collegiate start. And honestly, he did not get the backing from the guys behind him as the Warriors have 4 errors here. And we are just in inning 2. Patterson's first appearance for the 2023 season. And last year, Andrew appeared in 16 games, 6.32 ERA, just over 15 innings. So he's getting an early start here. Softball is playing at Newberry. We're going to get a score update. And then women's basketball is playing in Emmanuel. And that's a big lead pop right there off the bat of Wayne Mize, but not deep enough to advance the runner at first, but deep enough to get the sacrifice fly and plate the 4th run of the game. Softball lost at Newberry 5-3 in game 1 of their doubleheader. Drops into 2-1 on the season. Dee, did you get a chance to see any of the softball game last night? I know you were at baseball, but
I did not get a chance to, no.
They played well. They had a walk-off win, and then I think game 2 was maybe 10-4 or something like that. So they got had a good season opener. As we mentioned, dropped the first one as Patterson picks off at first base. Women's basketball is at Emmanuel. And we'll get you a scoring update for women's basketball here momentarily. One-0 count for Cole Cunningham, the designated hitter. Patterson with a look over at first. Runner may be in motion here on this pitch. No. That pitch is down 2-0. Update from women's basketball. They're playing at Emmanuel. And it's 63-59 with about 4 minutes left, just over 4 minutes left in the game. So hopefully the Warriors can hold on to what would amount to a big road victory. They were trailing by as much as 10 points earlier in the game. And that ball's down in the zone. So Cunningham draws a walk. Dee, I know you've worked court care at the basketball games. Have you had a chance to watch, just be a fan in any of the women's or men's basketball games this year?
To be honest with you, G, those are the only 3 games that I've attended this season, so I haven't been able to see much on the court.
Okay. There's a ball up to Jeremy Green. Green is 0 for 1, and there's an attempted stolen base, and he is safe under the tag. Jackson had to clear the hitter, and by the time he cleared the hitter in the right-hand box, that gave base runner just enough time in the form of Tyler Bradley to steal the base. So Emory and Henry is playing a little more confidence in this game. There's a foul ball off to the right side. Dee, have you always lived in the Seneca area?
Yes, sir. My whole 19 years.
Your whole 19 years. Here they have a pretty good Christmas light display in Seneca.
Yes, sir. Over the past few years, they've definitely upped their game with their Christmas lights.
There's a ground ball out to shortstop Dawson Gilstrap, who tossed over to Jackson Mix at second to end the inning. We got a couple of feedback coming in on our Slido. We'll get to those here in just a minute. We're going to take a break. Going to head to the bottom half of the second inning. Wasp.
Life, things aren't scripted.
If you're an athlete, we need people like you and translate those skills to officiating.
You can get a lot out of it.
It happens in every town, in every game.
We never have a perfect game, but the rewards always outweigh the negativities.
This is Conference Carolinas.
Fans, we're back here at the con, and just like that, third baseman Josh Long reaches first base. Speaking of Josh Long, Kim Long up there in Maryland giving us a shout out on the Slido feed. Josh has made some Good plays at third base. Made a really good play early on in game one today. And there's a swinging bunt out in front. Jackson Mix, second base. So Mix moves Long over to second base, as I was talking about earlier. Long made a really nice play at third base early in game one to save some runs. Josh is from Edgewater, Maryland. Prepped at South River High School. Dawson Gilstrap, senior shortstop. One for three earlier today. Had pitch down. I'd like to give a shout out to Jeff and Tina Grisso, Marty Grisso's parents, listening all the way from California, Rancho Cucamonga, I believe is the way you say that. I actually had an opportunity to work with Marty. He was a student worker for me back in the fall at some volleyball and soccer games. Got a chance to talk with him. Very nice young man and good baseball player as well. Made a great diving catch earlier in this game to end the top half of the first inning. As we mentioned, Marty is from California, so I shared with him my Dodger stories as well. And that pitch is down and runs to 3-1. So we appreciate everyone giving us some feedback through the Slido interactive. Always helps to give some shout outs, answer some questions. And we had a lot of viewers actually help us earlier in the day as we had some audio difficulties. We were broadcasting about an inning and a half and didn't know there was no sound, so we'll call that preseason for the broadcasting crew. Hopefully everyone from Maryland and California, have several players from California. Luke Staten is from Washington, the state of Washington. And there's a fly ball out to left field that Wayne Mize takes care of. If you're unable to make many of the Warrior games, we'll have online broadcasts. Sometimes we'll have play-by-play. I'll be here a few times throughout the spring. We'll have some other individuals doing play-by-play as well. But there will always be a video feed unless we have some issues that pop up. And, of course, you can always follow with the live stats. Most all road games will be an online broadcast, as well as most conferences mandate that. And most schools, obviously by now, with technology the way it is, it's pretty easy to put up a broadcast. We are fortunate to have a couple of different cameras running at this venue, and there's a ground ball to the shortstop. Mason Lyda records the third out off the bat of Noah Wiggins. So that's going to finish up 2 innings of play here. Wasps still lead 4-0. We'll head to the third inning momentarily. Welcome back. Andrew Patterson's first pitch is up in the zone to McCray Sawyers. Women's basketball down to about 15, 20 seconds, I believe. And we'll give you an update as far as that game goes, as there's a fly ball. No problem for center fielder Blaze Haddock, the transfer from Newberry College. I believe Newberry is playing Francis Mary in a Conference Carolina opponent. And that's going to bring up D. Is this number 28? It is indeed. Garrison Bullock. Fans, the Warriors will be traveling down the road to Anderson University on Tuesday, 4 o'clock first pitch. Then they'll be back here at the Con on Friday for a doubleheader starting at 2. Kind of a unique series. They'll play a doubleheader here on Friday and then travel down to Hartsville, South Carolina on Saturday. I'm not sure if I'll be with you on Friday or if someone else will be doing the play-by-play, but you can always tune in for the broadcast and the live stats. Tuesday's game will be broadcast online. You can visit SWUathletics.com, go to the baseball schedule for the link, and it will take you to the Anderson site for their online broadcast. As we mentioned, head coach Matt Robinson in his first year here at Southern Wesleyan, a longtime assistant at Emmanuel College. So he is not only knows the conference very well, he knows Southern Wesleyan very well. Actually, oddly enough, ironically enough, played a year of summer collegiate baseball here at Southern Wesleyan. So he actually played on this field before he had the opportunity to coach in the opposing dugout and now in the home dugout. So a lot of history for him as this ball is hit to deep center field, but Haddock once again underneath. No wind at all today. The flag has no movement whatsoever. A little bit overcast, so I would imagine by the time we get to the 7th, 8th inning, it might dip a little bit in temperature. What do you think, Dee?
I think so. As soon as that sun goes down, it gets a little chilly over here.
It does. If you're familiar with Connor Field, there used to be a tree line down the right field line. There's no more trees, so that's the benefit. We get sun a lot more. It used to be that around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon this time of year, the sun was gone and it would get really cold. There used to be a pond back behind the field, so that wind blowing off that water kept the opposing dugout a little cool, we can say. That ball's off to our left, down into the Warrior dugout, and a nice play off the backstop by graduate student Sandy Johnson. Sandy got the save yesterday, and he's explaining to his teammates how he made that play just now. There's a swing and a miss, and that's going to be a quick third inning, and Cam Mitchum takes a nosedive off the errant throw to finish up the game. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back, and we'll head to the bottom of the third when we're back. Take us away, Dee.
Place for you, where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Leadoff hitter Blaze Haddock, the center fielder for the Warriors here in the bottom half of the third inning. D, how you feel like your first co-host, or rather color commentary play-by-play is going?
You know, I think it's going pretty okay. But, G, let me ask you a question. I heard you have a new podcast.
Why, thanks for the question there, D. Sure, myself and Isaac Tassie are co-host. It's called Under the Armor. You can visit YouTube, search Under the Armor. You can go to SWU Athletics, any social media outlet with SWU Athletics. Basically, Isaac Tassie, he's a junior, born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which unfortunately makes him a Steeler fan. But he lives locally here in Greenville as Haddock grounds out to the shortstop 6-3. So Mason Lida there records the first out for the Wasp. Isaac's a stat guru. In fact, that's what we call him around here, the stat guru. But I had talked about doing a podcast. He had talked about doing a podcast as Cam Mitchum slowly makes his way into the box. And we put that together and have put together a podcast. So we release on Monday nights at 7:06, which military time is 1906, which is the year Southern Wesleyan was founded. So D, it's just an opportunity for us to talk to coaches, student-athletes, faculty, our athletic director we had on a couple of weeks ago. So it's just an opportunity for us to kind of enjoy it, have some fun. It's called Under the Armor, where we get to the heart of Warrior athletics. And D, we try to make it about 40% athletics and 60% about the person. So, you know, we see the student-athletes on the field, on the court. We see the coaches in the same way. But so we definitely want to talk about that aspect. But we also want to talk about, you know, who they are and you know, kind of those things. So appreciate you asking.
Of course, I'll have to give that a listen.
You need to do that. Again, it's called Under the Armor. Cam Mitchum stands in with a 1-2 count against him and fouls that one off. Women's basketball on the verge of picking up the victory at Emmanuel College. It was 13 seconds, and we were up by 7, I believe. So there's a foul tip, and Mitchum not quite certain that was the case. And now head coach Matt Robinson's going to come out and seek some assistance. And so we're going to get one of two ways either way. It's going to be a foul tip caught by the catcher or a swing and a miss. So either way, Cam Mitchum's going to record a strikeout there. He still finds that a little hard to believe, but Cam was 0 for 3 in the first game. Got a hit last night and an RBI in the Warriors 4-3 victory, excuse me.
I guess he wanted him to juggle right there.
Not sure what happened. I guess one ball came from the dugout. Not sure why that would have happened. 76-71. Women's basketball picks up the conference victory. Big road victory there for the Warriors. Manual fourth in the conference, so in the upper half. So that's a big victory as Grisso grounds out to the shortstop. And so Marty's ground ball 6-3 will end the third inning for the Warriors. Going to head to the top to the fourth. We'll be back shortly. Number 99, Noah Mazza, second baseman for the Wasp, steps in. Noah hails from Plainville, Illinois, Joliet Junior College. A lot of junior college players in this game today for both teams. And we mentioned earlier only one returning player for Southern Wesleyan and very few for Emory and Henry based on the stats from last year. Andrew Patterson back out there. Jacob Webb, if you were not here, pitched an inning and a third. Gave up 4 runs, 2 earned off 4 hits and 2 walks. He didn't get very much help in the field as he was a victim of 4 errors. Andrew Patterson is now in his, starting on his 3rd inning. Andrew Parr, the starting pitcher for Emory and Henry, so far has allowed 3 hits, 3 strikeouts in 3 innings of play, pitching. There's a ground ball out to Jackson Miggs, who shuffles it over to first base, and just like that, brings up the leadoff hitter, Jared Foley. Jared is 1 for 3 with an RBI, 0 for 4 last night. And as we mentioned, he's one of the few returning players for Emory and Henry. Hit just shy of 400 last year in 133 at-bats. Also had 18 stolen bases, so a quality player for the Wasps. As we mentioned earlier, softball dropped game 1, 5-3 to Newberry. Women's basketball picked up the win. Men's basketball is going to be starting momentarily, also at Franklin Springs, Georgia. There's a swing and a miss, so that evens the count at 2-2. Foul ball back. Someone mentioned Vin Scully earlier in the broadcast, and amazing broadcaster with the Dodgers for an incredible amount of time. In my opinion, the best broadcaster of all time. He could paint an incredible picture. Love listening to Vin Scully call a baseball game as there's a ground ball out to shortstop. Dawson Gilstrap takes care of Jared Foley, which brings Tyler Bradley, the center fielder, up to the plate. Dee, what do you think? Do you see more color commentating in your future? You enjoying this? Just kind of taking it all in?
I'm just taking it all in right now. Enjoying it.
Gotcha. Strike on the outer half from Andrew Patterson. Andrew's from Westside High School. Did you ever play Westside in your Seneca career?
I remember playing them in basketball one year, and let's just say we got beat pretty bad.
Okay. Now, Kara, your sister's older than you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So she's a senior?
She's a junior as well.
You're just a junior academically?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a lot of dual enrollment courses coming in, or?
Yeah, I took a few coming out of high school, and I took some over the summer this past year.
Okay. Fly ball out to left field, and that's going to get Noah Wiggins turned around a little bit. So an uncharacteristic. He was playing shallow and off the bat of a left-hander. It's going to slice a little bit that way, so Got to get a little turned around. Wayne Mize steps in. He's the left fielder. So, Dee, would you consider yourself an above-average student in the classroom?
You know, I'd like to consider myself that.
Okay.
Depends on the day.
And the class?
That too.
And dare we say the professor? I can say that. That way you won't get in trouble. There you go. Noah Wiggins up and firing to the plate, and it's going to be off. The throw is off to the third base side of home plate. So an RBI single there for Wayne Mize, and that brings up Cole Cunningham, and that plate's run number 5 for Emory and Henry here in the top half of the 4th inning. Cunningham, the designated hitter, 0 for 2 with a walk in game 1 today. So this one is starting out, D, a little bit different than yesterday's game and the first game today. Yesterday the Warriors jumped out to a 3-0 lead. Earlier today a 2-0 lead. Now they're seeing themselves with a 5-0 deficit. So, and this is honestly one of the things as a coach, you know, obviously you don't want to drop any games, but you do want to see your team in different situations throughout the year. So Coach Matt Robinson has had an opportunity to see his team in 2 games play with a lead and hold on to a lead. Now he sees what his team's going to be able to do with a deficit as Andrew Patterson strikes out Cunningham. So we're going to quickly go to the bottom of the 4th, see if the Warriors can get some runs. We'll let you take us away. Fans, we're back here at Dr. C. Keith Connor Field with the Warriors facing a 5-0 deficit. We left the top half of the 4th inning talking about how, even though you don't want to drop any games, and I'm not saying the Warriors are, but it is giving Coach Matt Robinson an opportunity to see how his team responds from being down early, responds from winning the first 2 games, and now trailing here in Game 3. So plenty of time for the Warriors to get back on track, and they have kind of settled down from a defensive standpoint. So if they get the bats going, and we'll see if Marcerio Allen, the designated hitter, can get that going as well. lot of wasps down in the bullpen, no action. We do have action in the Warrior bullpen. We'll try to get a number down there as soon as possible as number 0, Marcerio Allen, trots down to first base after the walk. Tyler Jackson steps in. Tyler today is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And that's going to fall just in front of center fielder Tyler Bradley. So first couple of runners here on for the Warriors, which is a good sign. Josh Long, third baseman for Southern Wesleyan, steps in. Josh is 1 for 1 today. Had another hit in game 1 and had a hit in first game of the season. So he now has a modest 3-game hit streak, and just like that, dumps this one in the left field, and they're going to send Allen, and going to be no throw to the plate. In fact, they throw back behind Tyler Jackson. So they keep at least the force play, but that's going to be the first run for the Warriors. And we'll see if this can get things rolling, and we're going to have a timeout as the pitching coach is going to make his way out to the mound and have a conversation with Andrew Parr. So the base runners are going to take a little bit of a break. D's trying to get the number of the pitcher and the bullpen for Southern Wesleyan. If you've been listening all day, you've been with us since 12 o'clock. We're approaching 4 hours now of college baseball here at the Division II level, state of South Carolina, town of Central, on the campus here of Southern Wesleyan University. Home plate umpire breaks up the meeting, and it's going to be another charge to visit. D, you got any thoughts on who might be in the bullpen for us?
You know, I can't quite make it out yet, but I'm still working on that for us.
She's working on it. Got her binoculars out. We'll see if we can get Ryan, the technician guy, to get us a camera out there in the bullpen. That'd be pretty cool. Maybe get a drone to kind of fly above the bullpen, go from bullpen to bullpen. Ryan, I think that should be your next project. Get a drone. He just tells me we've already got that in the works. So if you're listening out there, and first a bunt from Jackson Mix, it's going to be a nice bunt, sacrifice bunt, pushes runners to second, third. So if you're listening out there and you would like for us to improve our online broadcast in some way, if you'd like to make a donation, we can make it a donor restricted. We can purchase some camera equipment. Again, just throwing that out there. Runners at second, third, shortstop Dawson Gilstrap steps in with 1 out. And a swing and a ground ball to the shortstop underneath the glove. So error there by the shortstop is going to allow 2 more runs to come in. And Gilstrap's going to make his way to second base. Noah Wiggins, the left fielder, steps in with a runner at second in scoring position, 1 out. And just like that, the Warriors have responded with 3 runs. Emory and Henry a victim of errors by themselves. So the majority of the runs today have been unearned rather than this last game of the day. And that pitch just inside. The Wasp bullpen getting active now. Ooh! D making some noises up here as that ball hit the press box. There's a ground ball to the shortstop who makes the play this time. So Mason Lyda records the second out for the Wasp of Emory and Henry. And this brings up leadoff hitter Blaze Haddock. D, anybody that you've watched yesterday and today you can kind of take note of? Maybe they've stood out to you for the Warriors?
Freshman Stephen Mufara, he did very well coming out and starting the game out yesterday. I would definitely have to say that one surprised me, him being a freshman, but we were very pleased to see what he put in the first handful of innings. Good
assessment. Mufara had 5 innings pitched, only gave up 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 6, got the victory in the season opener for the Warriors, and then Sandy Johnson, the graduate student, came in, gave up a hit, had 1 strikeout. He got the save. Earlier today, Cord Babcock pitched 4 innings, picked up the win. Ashton Falk went 3 innings and got the save as well.
Now, from what we can see, it looks like 13's out there in the bullpen. Josh Fenton.
Good call there. He's a transfer from Spartanburg Methodist College. Calls Greer, South Carolina his home. I believe attended Blue Ridge High School, if I'm not mistaken. Home of alum Chad Hart. And there's a called third strike on Haddock. So we're going to head to the 5th inning, but not before the Warriors pick up 3 runs. So a big 3-run. Jeremy Green steps in for Emory and Henry. He is the right fielder. Josh Fenton, as we mentioned, was warming up in the bullpen, and he is in to pitch for the Warriors. Fenton had 15 appearances last year, just over 18 innings of work, and this will be his first appearance in the 2023 season. So we can effectively close the book on Andrew Patterson. Andrew pitched 2 2/3 innings, had 2 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and faced 11 batters. DY, you were absent. We got a pitching change. Josh Fenton, transferred from Spartanburg Methodist College. You know anyone that attends SNC, Pioneers?
I do not, no, sir.
Okay. Dawson Gilstrap with the 6-3. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the volleyball team played Emory and Henry this year, early in the season. Now, Kara, your sister, as we mentioned, plays volleyball. She's a setter, correct?
Yes, sir.
They're in the midst of their spring season, doing some early morning workouts.
Yes, sir. I think they're going at like 6 a.m.
She a fan of that, or?
I think that she's indifferent about it.
Gotcha.
Just so then she gets it over with early in the morning, not having to worry about it in the afternoon.
Good answer. Good answer.
Apparently they're going at 7. That's my bad.
7 a.m. or p.m.?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. Okay. Okay.
So still pretty early.
Still pretty early. McCrae Sawyers with a swing and a miss there drops him in the count to 1-2. Fans, one more time, we'll throw out our interactive feed. We've had some decent feedback. We appreciate those that have been replying to us. You can visit Slido.com. You don't even have to create an account. It's free. It's anonymous if you want it to be. But you can visit Slido.com and put in hashtag 2625511. If you'll check the top of your screen, that's up there, Slido.com. Put in that code, and you can send us thoughts, questions. You can let us know who you are, who you're following. You don't even have to let us know who you are. Just at least give us the hometown so we'll have an idea of where you're listening or watching from. And as mentioned earlier, we appreciate the few that have gave us a shout-out. Got some people down in South Georgia listening to us, and Kim Long up in Maryland. The Grissos from Rancho Cucamonga. I hope I'm saying that right because it's a pretty cool place to say. California, one of my favorite states. Actually had a chance to stay in Gilroy, California for a while. And that's just a little bit outside of San Francisco. Experienced my first earthquake while in Gilroy. Gilroy, California, the garlic capital of the world. Flew back into L.A., got a chance to drive down the Malibu, or rather the Pacific Highway, as Garrison Bullock fouls out and just falls short. Jackson Mix, Marty Grisso, and Cam Mitchum, converging on the play, but falls just short, so Garrison Bullock's going to get another opportunity. Mason Light of the shortstop on deck. D, it's getting a little overcast, so as we mentioned, around the 7th, 8th inning, it's going to get a little, it might get cold down here. It's only been in the 40s today. Fortunately, no wind and sun up until now, so it's been very tolerable. Actually, good playing weather for baseball, at least for the guys out there active. Maybe not so much in the bullpen, but
Why are you immediately assuming me? Like, come on.
we got an interactive feed as Bullock draws a walk. Who's your favorite person in the press box? Well,
The one that makes you on air.
that's a good question. We have 5 other people here in the press box. They all play a pivotal role in not only the production of the broadcast, but making sure that fans here at the con get the best environment possible. Noah Mazza, the second baseman, steps in now as the first couple of base runners are on for Emory and Henry. Two outs here in the top half of the 5th inning. And there's a fly ball that's going to fall just in front of center fielder Blaze Haddock and just beyond shortstop Dawson Gilstrap. So the Warriors picked up a few runs in the bottom half of the 4th, gave one back here in the 5th. A couple outs first and second. So you got a force across the diamond, so we'll see as leadoff hitter Jared Foley steps in. Fenton down in the count 1-0. And there's a swing. Foul ball off to the right. Got a shout out to Catum Lewis, Chesterfield, Virginia. It's going to be, I believe, maybe Jeremy or Jerome Towner. So another Emory and Henry fan listening in, watching their team attempt to hold on to this lead here in Game 3 of the series. And just like that, deuces are wild. 2-2, 2 outs here in the top half of the 5th inning. And there's a pop-up on the infield. It's going to be back here. Tyler Jackson makes the play. That's always a tough play for a catcher. Ball straight up the chute. That's going to end the top half of the 5th, so we'll see if the Warriors can cut into the Wasp lead as Andrew Parr goes back out for his 5th inning of work. We'll be back shortly. Mitchum steps into the box for the Warriors. And there's a pitch down in the zone. Cam picked up a hit in yesterday's game. He was 1-4 with an RBI. One for 2 today with a strikeout. As we mentioned, he comes from Claflin University. Swing and a miss. Calls North Augusta, South Carolina, his home. As we mentioned, Andrew Parr out there for his 5th inning of work. Scattered 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 of is earned. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, so a quality start here on behalf of Parr. Got some more action in the Warrior bullpen and some guys moving around a little bit. Don't know if they're just trying to stay warm or if they're anticipating an opportunity to come into the game. And again, most of the time pitchers are on a predetermined pitch count early in the season. As we mentioned, the Warriors are heading to Anderson University on Tuesday, be their first road game. And they'll be back here at the Con on Friday against Coker before they travel to Coker on Saturday. So the doubleheader will be here. Single game, last game of the series next weekend will be at Coker, and Cam Mitchum draws a walk. This brings up Marty Grisso. If I'm not mistaken, Marty is a certified EMT. That was at least on the countdown. So that was one of the fun facts that Marty put out there. Marty's hit safely in the first 2 games and grounds into a double play here. Ball was sharply hit left side of the infield, so Grisso will head back to the dugout, and that will bring up the designated hitter, Marcerio Allen. As we mentioned, a few guys from the West Coast, a couple from California, one from the state of Washington, Was talking to a couple of them earlier back in the fall, just the difference in the weather that they've experienced so far. That pitch inside, down below the knees to Allen. Most Conference Carolina teams are in action today. As we mentioned earlier, King University defeated UVA Wise. King is also in Conference Carolinas. A lot of newcomers on the roster here for Southern Wesleyan, so if you're just getting to know the conference, King is in the conference, and I believe Southern Wesleyan will be visiting them this year. Ground out off the bat of Marcerio Allen ends the 5th inning, so we'll take a break. When we be back, we'll be in the top of the 6th. Emory and Henry lead 6-3.
There's a place for you where your dreams and future collide with God's vision and direction, where thinking and doing go hand in hand with innovation, where servant leaders of the next generation are grown, and where your story can be written and change the course of history, where generosity is contagious, and if you catch it, you just might change the world. This is it. Step into community, step into faith, step into life, step into Southern Wesleyan University.
Josh Fenton back out for his 2nd inning of work. We left you with a couple of scores from around the conference. Limestone defeated Shawan 9-0. There's a pop fly. Noah Wiggins underneath. My apologies, Blaze Haddock underneath. It's been a long day so far. We started broadcast at 12, and here we are at 4:30, so had an opportunity for Ashley Matherly, a freshman from High Point, North Carolina, to join me in the broadcast booth, and now we've got D. Martin, a junior from Seneca, South Carolina, joining me. There'll be some other play-by-play announcers joining you this spring. As a fly ball out to right, a chance for Marty Grisso. Going to be a tough play in the bullpen, but he runs out of room. Grisso making a great diving catch earlier in the game, I believe the 1st inning, to stop the 3-run outburst by Emory and Henry. Lander defeated Erskine 9-8. Erskine is a member of Conference Carolinas, and Barton, a member of Conference Carolinas, dropped a game to Millersville. North Greenville is a member of Conference Carolinas. They actually won the Division II National Championship last year. They're playing kind of a neat situation for them, D. They're playing at the Minute Maid Park there in Houston. So they're actually playing their first 3 games of the season at a Major League ballpark. They got their first victory yesterday, I believe, 12-1. So that would be kind of cool, wouldn't you think?
I think so too. That sounds like a great start to their season right there as well.
Wayne Mize steps in. He's the left fielder. They won the national championship last year in Division II, so good quality club. Got a host of returners coming back, and they were obviously picked preseason number 1 in the conference. Another opportunity for Grisso. He's going to move over to right field and take this one in. So quickly at 2 outs. As we mentioned, Fenton working his second inning of work, and now it brings up Cole Cunningham. Cunningham was 0 for 2 in game 1 with a walk. He is 1 for 2 with an RBI and a walk as well. Ball down in the dirt. Foul ball back to our side. Well, D, as a student worker, you've had the opportunity to do court care, camera, PA music, scoreboard, and now color commentary. You mentioned that court care was probably your favorite.
I do have to say, court care was one of my favorites. I did enjoy it. I also enjoyed doing the book for volleyball.
That is true. I completely forgot about that. 2-1 count, 2 outs, strike 2 there, called Cole Cunningham. Pitch inside to Cunningham. Foul ball off into the Warrior dugout. Justin Day, a left-handed pitcher, sophomore from Emory and Henry, getting a shout out from Linden, Virginia, as Cunningham gets hit by the pitch and he takes off toward first base. That one's stinging a little bit, you can tell. And Yogi from Manning, South Carolina, checks in with us. Again, we appreciate everyone giving us some feedback, letting us know where you're from, your interest in today's game. Fenton now working from the stretch with a couple of outs and Cunningham at first base. And Green, the right fielder, in the box. See if we can get an update from the softball game at Newberry. There's a fly ball to Blaze Haddock. He settles in and records the 3rd out. So Fenton works a scoreless 6th inning. We'll head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Warriors still trail 6-3.
We're back for the bottom of the sixth. We have a new pitcher for the Wasp, number 51, Hunter Kirkpatrick. This is his first appearance in the series for the weekend.
D. Hunter is from San Diego City College from Albany, Oregon. So another player from across the country, making his way all the way to North Carolina with Emory and Henry, and playing here in South Carolina in his first collegiate series on this side of the country, as Tyler Jackson goes down swinging, and this brings up third baseman Josh Long. As we mentioned, Long has a modest 3-game hitting streak. A couple of hits today in this game, along with one yesterday and one today. So Long getting off to a good start here in the 2023 campaign. And there's a fly ball out to center field, but that one's going to hang up for center fielder Tyler Bradley. Long is a freshman, as we mentioned, from Edgewater, Maryland. Prepped at South River High School. Just like that, we're at 2 outs, and just like that, second baseman Jackson Mix, who is 0 for 1 with a sacrifice bunt, a good sac bunt earlier in the game. Ball down, and strike on the outer half of the plate. One and one, 2 outs here. And that ball's up in the zone. D, we were talking about your season as lacrosse coming up. Student athletes, really, it's a year-round schedule. We talked about, and we had some viewer interest in the volleyball practices this morning, early in the morning, and their spring season. So you're really practicing year-round. Lacrosse is a spring sport, so you had your off-season practices back in the fall. Talk a little bit about what life is like as a student athlete, how you kind of have to balance your time.
There definitely has to be a balance of time, like you said, because you have to get your work done in the classroom first, because the student comes before the athlete part, and I think that's the most important part to remember. But here at SWU, the professors make it kind of easier on you, I guess you would say.
I know they work well with student athletes and students in general. That's one thing that a lot of people enjoy here, not just a number, but they get to know you and get to know your name. And shortstop Dawson Gilstrap steps in. That pitch is down. A lot of teams have different practices throughout the season, and I know sometimes men's basketball sometimes will go in the morning as well. A little more difficult for outdoor sports to go early in the morning, especially in the months of January and February.
Right.
A little cool.
A little dark.
It is. Time is short during the day. There's a foul ball off to our right. 2 outs here in the bottom of the sixth. Warriors trail by 3. We're going to get to that crucial point here shortly in the 7th inning where game's going to get a little closer, more emphasis on making the little plays. And there's a foul ball off. Jackson Mix over at first base. We'll see if we can get a update on the men's basketball score.
They're losing 19-10 in the first 9 minutes left.
I mentioned the women picked up the win on the road at Emmanuel in the first half. Men's basketball down early, 19-10. Those games are about an hour and 10 minutes away at Franklin Springs, Georgia. Gilstrap works the count to 3-2. Emory and Henry has 6 runs off 7 hits, 1 error. Warriors have 3 runs on 5 hits and 4 errors. And the runner is going, and Gilstrap's going to be called out on a 3rd strike. And that's going to end the 6 innings. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we'll be in the top half of the 7th.
Coming into the top half of the 7th inning, we still have Josh Fitton out here on the mound. This will be his 3rd inning of work for this game. 1-1 count to start it out.
D. McCrae Sawyers is the batter for Emory and Henry. He's the first baseman. Sawyers is 0 for 2 with a walk and a strikeout today, or at least in this game.
There we got a swing and a miss by McCrae. That'll be 1 out for us.
Garrison Bullock makes his way to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with a run scored. Emory and Henry has 6 runs here in Game 3 of the series. Warriors have 3. Line drive off the bat of Bullock into left center field, so the catcher picks up a base hit. That's their 8th base hit, on the day, or rather in this game.
Number 4, Mason Light up to bat now.
Mason is the Wasps' shortstop, and he's going to drop that one just in front of Grisso. Marty gets the ball back into the middle of the infield, and first and third runners at the corners, D, here with one out. And Noah Mazza steps in, playing second base for Emory and Henry. No action in the Wasp bullpen, and we do have some action in the Warrior bullpen. Fenton with a long look in. Throw over to first base. D, you've done a good job color commentating for the first time.
I do appreciate that. I hope you'll have me back here sometime.
We'll see if the schedule works out. Now, you've done a good job. Ground ball to Gilstrap at shortstop, backhand. Can't make the play, and that will allow Garrison Bullock to score. So pushes it to a 7-3 4-run deficit for the Warriors. And this is Jared Foley, the third baseman. D. Jared last year for Emory and Henry hit just shy of 400. He had 133 at bats and showed some speed on the bases with 18 stolen bases. So definitely a good leadoff hitter for Emory and Henry. He has a hit, a couple runs scored in this game. There's a ground ball to Long. He's going to look the short way, but changes his mind and goes to first base, but it's not going to be in time. So that little bit of hesitation, looking to second base. I'm not sure if Mix wasn't there in time or if the runner got to second, but that little bit of hesitation allowed Foley with some good speed to reach first base. So an infield hit there loads the bases with one out, and Tyler Bradley, the center fielder, and it looks like head coach Matt Robinson is going to make his way to the mound. So we'll see if this is an opportunity to buy some time to allow the bullpen. And it looks like that's going to be the case. He's going to keep his infielders back. So just check on Fenton, see how he's doing. Probably be a short visit, so D, we'll stay here. And talk a little bit more volleyball. You actually coach club volleyball, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I do. Blue Ridge Volleyball Club out in Seneca.
Have any tournaments coming up?
They're actually at a tournament this weekend in Sevierville right now.
Oh, so you gave up going to Pigeon Forge to stay here and help us.
Sure enough.
Nice. I tell you what, it's cold. There might be some snow up there.
Maybe.
Always good to talk about other sports and give our fans some understanding of what that's like. Tyler Bradley, as we mentioned, the center fielder, steps in with one out, bases loaded, 1-1 count. Warriors looking for a ground ball. Got some speed on the bases, so it need to be a hard hit ground ball and a clean fielding. Instead, Blaze Haddock's going to get a chance to pull this one in. We'll see. Looks like there may be a play at the plate, and there will be. We'll check his throw, but it's going to be off the mark, and Cam Mitchum's going to need to cut that one. So that's one area that the Warrior outfielders, their outfield throws to the long bases have been a little off, which is you'd kind of expect that for a couple of reasons. One being so early in the year, but also the wet weather. I'm not exactly sure how much defensive work they've been able to do. It's been kind of an odd spring so far. A lot of rain. Hasn't been that cold, D, as you might imagine, playing an outdoor sport, but
It hasn't been too cold, but the rain sure has gotten us.
yeah. Not like if you play volleyball and indoor or something.
Right, not like volleyball and basketball where they have it indoors.
Exactly.
We got to work around the rain sometimes.
There's a ground ball through the 5-6 hole, and that's going to play another run as Noah Wiggins comes up, and his throw is going to be short of the mark. So runners at first and second. 3-run seventh pushes us to 9-3 lead for the Wasp, and this brings up Cole Cunningham. And we're going to get another visit from head coach Matt Robinson, which means we're going to have a bullpen, a Bolton Photo bullpen call. We'll get back with you shortly to let you know who the new pitcher will be. We'll be back soon.
Looks like we've got number 27, Christian Cassidy, coming in to pitch. He's a junior from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and it looks like he also played at Coker before coming to Southern Wesleyan.
D comes into a tough situation with runners at first and second. 2 outs, though. So it's a good opportunity for Cassidy to show the coaching staff what he's got in a tough situation.
Right, see how he does under pressure.
The 2 runners still belong to Fenton, so we can't close the book on him just yet. That pitch is down in the zone. There's a strike. You mentioned Coker College. He'll actually get a chance to visit his former teammates next weekend as Coker College comes to Connor Field on Friday, and the Warriors return the trip on Saturday. And there's a fly ball, and it looks like Blaze Haddock, going to move over and make the catch to end the top half of the seventh. The Warriors have their work cut out for them. They're down 6 as we head to the bottom of the seventh, 9-3. We'll be back. Well, D, the Warriors are down 9-3, and Noah Wiggins steps up to the plate. We've got our work cut out for us. What do you think?
I think that this is a crucial inning for us right here to see if we can come back and get back ahead.
Warriors out hit 12-5 here in the third game of the series. Trail 9-3. And a portion of that was due to the 4 errors that happened early in the game. They've kind of settled down here as of late. The first couple of innings were a little rough defensively for Southern Wesleyan. And that's going to be a ball hitting the gap and hit well, and that's going to go just to the base of the fence. So Noah Wiggins with a double, which brings up Blaze Haddock. So no better way to start a rally than a leadoff double here in the 7th inning. D. Blaze is 1 for 3 today. He's got a lot of action in center field, and this one's going to be back behind us. Shout out to one of our cross-country track members, Ronan O'Neill. He's a freshman from nearby Pendleton, South Carolina, D, and team was down at USC competing yesterday and today, and there's a fly ball out. Second baseman's going to go out, and Noah Mazza makes the play. He actually, Ronan won the 5K invite section, so actually shattered the school's outdoor record by over a minute. So that was a great victory there for Ronan O'Neill and the track team.
Pretty impressive right there.
Ronan had a really good fall season in cross country as well, and so it's good to see him continuing to compete and continuing to set records here in his freshman season. You enjoy running much there, Dee?
You know, I couldn't say I do. It's not one of my favorite things to do.
Cam Mitchum stands in. A long look there from Hunter Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick in his second inning of work. He came in, relief of Andrew Parr. Parr had a good outing, quality outing actually. 5 innings pitched. Only allowed 3 runs, 1 of earned, and center fielder and middle infielders converging on the pop-up by Mitchum. Center fielder Tyler Bradley takes care of it. As we mentioned, Parr pitched 5 innings, scattered 5 hits, walked 2, struck out 4. That's the second out, and this will bring up right fielder Marty Grisso. Fly ball out to right field, but it's going to hang up for Jeremy Green. And Grisso flies out to end the 7th inning. So time is running out of the Warriors. We'll head to the top half of the 8th, still trail 9-3. Warriors are running out of time here. Only 6 more outs. in order for them to cut into the 6-run deficit so far. And here's a high hop to Dawson Gilstrap, the shortstop, and it's going to be a high throw, but a great play by Cam Mitchum. So a high throw by Gilstrap, but Mitchum makes the catch, comes down, makes the tag. That's a tough play for a first baseman, more so because you have someone barreling down the line, and if the throw brings you into the line, there's always that opportunity.
We got a new pitcher on the mound this inning, Jackson Turner, number 14.
D. Jackson's a freshman from Cypress Lake High School down in Fort Myers, Florida. You ever been to Fort Myers?
I think I've been around the area, but I bet it's warmer there than it is here right now.
Good chance, good chance. Appreciate Greg from Hampton, Virginia, letting us know he's watching. A lot of Emory and Henry fans watching the broadcast and letting us know they're out there. So those fans are probably happy to see the lead here in Game 3. Actually, it's been a good series all weekend. I mean, first 2 games have been one-run games. Last night, the Warriors won 4-3, won the earlier game 2-1 on a play you don't really see very often. Runner's interference to end the game. And now they're leading 9-3, so you always want to try to win the series, or rather sweep the series, but if you can at least win the series, that will definitely help out. And McCray Sawyers heads down to first base after getting hit by the pitch. Garrison Bullock 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored, no walks. He's had a productive day, D, so far. Just past 5 o'clock hour. And that pitch behind the hitter, Bullock, and that allows Sawyers to reach second base. This might be the last inning we have without the lights, as it's starting to get a little cooler and a little darker here at the Con. It's a fly ball. Grisso retreats back just in front of the scoreboard. Makes the catch, gets the ball back into the middle part of the infield. Ball gets away from Gilstrap, but not far enough for Sawyers to advance home. So 2 outs now, runner on third. Mason Lyda will be the next opportunity for Emory and Henry to keep the inning alive. And obviously, Jackson Turner, 6 foot 170 freshman from Fort Myers, Florida, is trying to finish up the top half of the 8th and get the Warriors back to the plate. We can close the book on the Warrior pitchers. Jacob Webb started, pitched an inning in a third, gave up 4 runs, only 2 were earned. Had some errors that cost him early in the game. Andrew Patterson came in, pitched 2 2/3 innings, scattered 2 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. Josh Fenton came on 2 2/3 as well. Gave up 6 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Christian Cassidy came in to finish that inning, got a third of an inning in, and now Jackson Turner had 2/3 of an inning so far. His name might be spelled wrong. I don't know. And Turner's pitch just off the plate. Mason Lyda, again, the shortstop for Emory and Henry. Well, D, I give you props. You've hung in here the entire game. And there's a strike called, third strike. Getting my words mixed up a little bit here in hour 5. That's going to end the top half of the 8th. And we're going to head to the bottom of the 8th here in just a second. We are back here at the con, and Marcerio Allen steps in with the Warriors trailing by 6, 9-3. Warriors are outscored 6 and out-hit 6 and have 6 more outs to go, so hopefully we can put together some runs here in the bottom of the 8th and see what we can do in the 9th. Warrior softball had a walk-off win last night in dramatic fashion. They dropped the first game of doubleheader at Newberry today. Not sure about game 2. Women's basketball picked up a big road win over Emmanuel College. That helps them in their battle for a tournament spot. Fans are holding on strong. I will say they're a lot more bundled up now than they were at the start of the day as Marcerio Allen goes down swinging. Tyler Jackson, excuse me. We have a lot of Jackson first names and Jackson last names on this team. In actuality, We have a Jackson mix, a Jackson Turner, a Jacob Jackson, and a Tyler Jackson.
It's a lot of Jacksons right there.
That confuses me, D.
Me too.
And Tyler Jackson pops up to center fielder Tyler Bradley. So one Tyler takes care of the other Tyler, and we are quickly at 2 outs. Shout out to Emory and Henry. Number 2, Tristan Hensley, receiving message from the Bronx, New York, that today is Tristan's birthday.
Happy birthday to you, Tristan.
So he is obviously not listening to the broadcast since he's involved in the game, but great to get, I would assume, some of his family members letting us know that. And if Emory and Henry is able to hold on, he'll have a better trip back home. But happy birthday, Tristan. That ball's down in the dirt as Josh Long works his way to a 2-2 count, 2 outs, and D, that's affectionately known as Deuces Wild. And a ground ball out to the shortstop. Attempts to backhand it, but Mason Lyda picks through. Jackson Mix, second baseman, stands in with 2 outs. Long at first base.
It's just fun to watch her play because she's talking to her.
Foul ball out in front of the plate.
There's one game that he was against, but she's small, and their starting point guard was actually smaller than her. Yeah, and she the very beginning of the game, VMAC has it.
Another foul ball off the foot of Jackson Mix. The outside of first couple of innings, the Warriors have played good defensively, which is good to see early on. They've got some fairly good pitching throughout the weekend, some timely hits, so obviously there's still time, although we're going to head to the 9th inning now, down 9-3. There's still time, obviously, but going to have to get the bats going here. Hopefully we get a quick 3 outs and get back in and see what can happen. We'll be back in 30 seconds. we've made it to the top half of the ninth inning here, and a new pitcher, if you want to introduce.
Seems to be number 18, Jacob Hamby, freshman from Palmetto. Went to Palmetto High School.
Home of the Mustangs.
And apparently G's secret talent is he knows every single high school mascot. In South Carolina.
I do know that Dylan Carter is also from Palmetto. And Noah Mazza, Noah is not on the pronunciation guide, so I really hope I've been pronouncing that correctly all day. It could be Mazza, but I believe it's going to be Mazza. Wearing Wayne Gretzky's 99. And that's going to be a ground ball, just foul, long over. Grabs it, gets it back to Jacob. Well, hopefully you have enjoyed the broadcast today. We appreciate those that have been working the interactive feed and letting us know where they're from and throwing out some questions and comments. And we're able to work through some early season technical difficulties, so hopefully we got those figured out. And look forward to having you join us the rest of the spring. Long season ahead of us, a lot of baseball, and obviously hoping the Warriors can pull this one out, but if not, then a 2-1 start to the season. They'll have 4 games coming up next week, 1 at Anderson, 3 versus Coker. And then, obviously, the conference season will be starting up soon, toward the back end of February. And once that starts up, it's baseball, baseball, baseball. So make sure you continue to tune in, home and on the road. Mazza battling here at the plate. A lot of newcomers, as we mentioned, to Southern Wesleyan, so we'll do our best over the course of the next week or two to get to know the guys a little bit more. This one's coming straight back to us. We'll also try to bring in some of the pitchers, maybe some of the starting pitchers from Friday and first game Saturday, get them up here in the booth for an inning or two and talk a little bit. Nine runs off 12 hits for Emory and Henry. 3 runs off 7 hits for Southern Wesleyan. That's going to be yet another hit batsman by Southern Wesleyan, and that brings the leadoff hitter, Jared Foley, to the plate. Jared's 2 for 5 with 2 runs scored today. As we mentioned, he hit .391 last year, so he's getting off to a good start again this season. Tyler Bradley on deck has a 4th of the Wasp hits today. He's 3 for 4 in this game. D, I'm not sure if you can tell the number in the Wasp bullpen, but we do have some action. It might be their closer. We'll see if we can get his number and name here shortly. There's a strike by Hamby. Hamby stands at 6'2", 190. As D mentioned, a freshman from Williamston, South Carolina. Foul ball off to the right.
It appears to be number 22, Michael Owen, in the bullpen over there.
I believe you said Owen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looks like he's a fifth-year senior from Charlotte, North Carolina. However, I don't see him on the stat sheet from last year. Roster doesn't have him transferring in from a college, so I'm not sure. There's a strikeout, snap throw back by Tyler Jackson, but not in time. Tyler Bradley having a good day. Hitless in game 1 today, but he's picked up 3 here in game 2. Good job by Tyler Jackson keeping the pitch in front. That pitch just caught the corner. And a swing and a miss. Indeed, that produces the second out of the inning. And with that, Wayne Mize walks to the plate. Wayne is the left fielder for Emory and Henry. Picked up a hit in game 1 today and a hit last night. And has a couple of hits today, so he has a modest 3-game hitting streak as well. Just a reminder, if you want to pick up any photos from this weekend series, you can visit SWUathletics.com. There's a link to BoltonPhoto.com, and that's John Bolton was out here yesterday taking some photos, so he'll have both Warrior and Wasp photos uploaded probably within 24 to 48 hours if he doesn't already. And Dee, you can attest that John does a really good job with action photos for all of our sporting events.
He certainly does. He's one of the best. Top shelf, if I might say so myself.
Bolton, or JB as he is affectionately known, eats lunch with us pretty much every day on campus. So he is truly invested and has a passion for Southern Wesleyan. Hamby steps off. Steps back on. Mize back into the box. 1-1 count, 2 outs. Warriors trail by 6, 9-3. Swing and a miss. Hamby up 1-2. And another hit batsman, so that's going to be a lot of hit batsmen by Southern Wesleyan today, especially in this second game. Trying to check that out in my stat line. There it goes. Have to actually move over a little bit, but it's going to be the 4th. I was thinking it was the 4th or 5th batter that's been hit. And this one's going to be fly out, and Marty Grisso is going to take care of the third out. So we're going to head to the bottom of the ninth. Warriors are trailing by 6. Big challenge ahead of them. We'll see how they respond.
Wake up and focus. Awaken your dreams. Awaken your soul. Awaken your purpose. This, Southern Wesleyan University.
Here at the top of the bottom of the ninth, we have a new pitcher for the Wasps, number 22, Michael Owen. Like we said earlier, he's a fifth year from Charlotte, North Carolina. And up to bat, we got number 22, Dawson Gilstrap.
D, we got a shout out from Tyler Jackson's grandfather listening from Atlanta. Tyler Jackson, the catcher in today's game. And that ball's tomahawked down the left field line, foul. Need a big rally, D, here from the Warriors. Big rally walk-off could push them to 3-0. If they can't figure out a way to make this comeback, they'll still win the series and fall to 2-1 on the year. Either way, it'd be a good start for Southern Wesleyan this season. That pitch is down. Pushes the count to full. 3-2 count now. And there's a called third strike. Gilstrap was off to first base anticipating a walk, but brings up Noah Wiggins. Ground ball just fouled down the third base line. You mentioned number 22, Michael Owen, as we mentioned, from Carmel Christian up in Charlotte. mentioned, don't have anything on him from last year. Sitting at the bottom of the ninth, 1 out. Warriors trail 9-3. And there's going to be a base hit off the bat of Noah Wiggins. So he keeps the inning alive here. And looks like we have a pinch hitter. Clifton Olmstead, Macon, Georgia, Gordon Community College. Clifton actually pitched last night. 2 innings pitched, gave up 3 hits, 1 run, no earned runs. Walked 1. So this will be his first at bat of the season. And he promptly swings at the first pitch, delivers it to right field. But Jeremy Green is there to record the second out. And TJ Highsmith is going to be pinch hitting now for the Warriors. So 2 outs. Highsmith with his first at bat of the season.
If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he was the DH yesterday.
So Highsmith DH'd. All right. Good call there, D. You were here at the game, so you had an opportunity to watch him. He is from USC Union, another JUCO transfer. And TJ actually was 0 for 3 last night, and you were correct. He was the designated hitter. And Owen really wanted that one. He was making his way off the mound, but produces a full count. 2 outs. So with that, Noah Wiggins will be off on the pitch, and there's going to be a hit batsman. So a lot of hit batsmen here. And another pinch hitter. Nope, Marty Grisso is the right fielder. He'll come in. So Grisso will try to keep things extended here. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. Obviously down by 6. You're just wanting to pass it to the next guy and make every attempt you can to get the tying run at the plate. Grisso brings a calm presence. He seems to just have the same demeanor, which is a good way to be for baseball. Not too high, not too low. And that pitch is up. So 2-0 count now to Marty. 2 outs. And there's a pop fly just behind third base, and shortstop Mason Lyda takes care of that. So the Warriors drop game 3 of the series, 9-3, but they win the series overall, winning game 1 4-3, winning game 2 of the series, first game today, 2-1. So not a bad start for the 2023 season for Southern Wesleyan. 9 runs off 12 hits, 1 error for Emory and Henry. 3 runs off 8 hits, 4 errors for Southern Wesleyan. As we mentioned, they'll be on the road to Anderson University on Tuesday for their back home here at the Con, on Friday for a doubleheader starting at 2. Glad to have you with us this weekend. I hope you have a good finish to your weekend going forward, and we'll see you next time.